welcome everybody to the main gaming showdown finals. We have had the pleasure of watching some of the finest console PUBG for weeks. Top teams have been battling it out during our 30-match regular season to determine who will square off versus one another in the $5,000 finals. You're looking at the teams who have made that journey through our regular season, and now the time is upon them to show up versus the other region. We have 9 teams from NA and 8 for EU, not only here to represent for their region, but battling it out. What is a quite impressive prize pool, as we do take a quick look at what is the breakdown for that prize pool. $4,000, and it's actually $4,100 now, ladies and gentlemen. We had a last second $100 donation for the kill leader of the tournament, as you can see there on the bottom, but the main chunk of that money is going to go to first place, second place, third, fourth, and fifth, and you can see the exact breakdown on your screen there. Just a little bit more tournament info we wanted to supply for you guys. If you're new to the competitive scene, every kill that you get on the battlefield is worth 1 point, and you earn points for your placement as well. That chicken dinner is going to be worth the very valuable 10 points for the chicken dinner, all the way down to 1 point for both 7th and 8th. Our schedule is going to be there for you guys on the right side. Saturday, Sunday for this weekend and next weekend, all start times are going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern time, same as today. And one more thing we wanted to show for you guys as we keep it going here is our map rotation. A little bit different than our regular season. We've added an extra Erangel on the end, so we'll be playing 2 on Erangel, switching over to 2 on Miramar, and then a total of 6 back on Erangel for 2 more maps. And we wanted to shout out a couple of our teams to watch out for in this tournament. We're going to start with the EU section. This is our first and second place team, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see how they match up versus one another. 214 kills versus 177. The damage is a little bit closer, however. Average placement 5th versus 6th, and the average points 12 versus 10. So there are some absolute professionals on Kinetic 7 in Winner's Circle, and we'll be talking about them a lot, ladies and gentlemen. But switching over to our North American side, teams to look out for is the 7 Kings and Vigorous. You can see how they compare, a decently similar comparison to our EU side. The kills are going to be in the favor of the 7 Kings, however, 239 to 208. And the damage dealt is very similar as well, a slight edge going to the 7 Kings. Average placement 5th for 7 Kings, 6th for Vigorous. And you can see the points they're picking up in each round, 11 for Vigorous and 13 for the 7 Kings. Oh, Blitz, I'm getting excited. Why don't we say hi to everyone before we jump into match 1 of the evening? How is it going, you guys?
Well,
my name is Stento.
I'm
As
Blitz
you can
5.
see to my right is Blitz 5, and we couldn't be more excited to be here for you guys, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man, what an exciting day. Great job on the intro, Stento. Maybe that's the new nickname after such a great intro. But as Stento mentioned, you know, we have been here watching these teams battle it out over 30 matches each. So Stento and I have watched 60 matches to get to this point. We got some exciting things for you guys today, including some interviews after game 2 and game 4, which we're really excited to show you guys. And really cool to see the head-to-head match. I really wanted to show that to see, because there's going to be a lot of kind of beefing between NA and EU, because so far we've only had EU playing at one time, so you have all the EU fans, then you have NA playing and all the NA fans, and now everyone's going to be together. But the number 1 team, I think, from both regions right now is the 7 Kings. They had the most kills, they had the highest score, they even kind of slowed down their pace because they didn't need to anymore. So right now I would say they're the team to beat, right, Stento? That's probably the number 1 favorite going into this event, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, both these regions have been just competing for weeks, as we mentioned, but it felt like towards the end maybe it was getting a little bit top heavy. Some of the top 4 to 8 teams really kind of rising above the rest in their region. So I just can't wait to see how they stack up versus one another. All of these teams can shoot. They've all got good IGLs now. It's going to come down to some really insane team versus team fights that we'll make sure we're getting into that first person as much as possible. And there's just a lot to keep an eye on here, ladies and gentlemen. But I know we're handsome. You're probably going to hate to see our faces go here, but match 1 is upon us. We're going to make sure we take a quick look at that map before we jump off. Blitz, tell us about the playing path.
So our first playing path of the day, you got to imagine everybody's pretty excited right now. I know Stento and I are. This is awesome. Going from Comiskey all the way down to Quarry And something we're going to look into here is our team's going to clash on their drops. A little sneak preview. We heard from one of the teams coming in that they're actually changing their drops. So you have to imagine they're not going to be the only team that's considering this going into this. So we'll keep a close eye out to this. One of the first teams to drop right now is the EU side of Torch. Again, the NA side of Torch did not make it into this event, I don't think. They were just on the cusp on the outside, I think in 10th or 11th place. EU Torch likes to go to a lot of off drops. They go to Zarky, Stalver. So they're going to take a spot that's not that hot. And we're going to see some of our teams who might be battling it out over School and the Pochinki area.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on the map here for the first couple of matches. These teams did not stack up versus one another that often in the regular season. So we might see a little bit of ironing out going on here in the beginning stages. Who's going to drop where? A lot of these teams communicate and kind of understand the plans of other squads here, but not everyone. And there you go. We're seeing a little bit of a hot drop for a car. Who's the better car pilot? It looks like that's going to be one of the 7 Kings. Am I mistaken there, Blitz?
Yeah, that's Linkadox there. I'm pretty sure got the car. Ruzi was in the backseat, jumped out, and Linkadox, instead of trying to, do that little like ring around the rosy car situation, just drives away, which is probably the better move. So T1 ends up at School and 7 Kings wind up at Rozak. And we've seen that a lot here, Stento. We saw some people get killed. We saw some kind of disasters happen at this shed. In game 1, you kind of want to go into things a little light, right? And play it a little safer, I feel like. So we're going to see people probably do that so far.
Absolutely. I think everyone's probably gonna have a little bit of nerves going into this $5,000 event. We've got 24 matches, and this is just match 1, ladies and gentlemen. So strap on your seatbelts, get your popcorn ready. There is so much to take account for here. And our first circle is Pop Blitz. We're heading down to the Milta Power area. We've seen this a number of times throughout the course of our tournament, but we're heading back to that Woodyard area.
Yeah, this is kind of, I'm just processing this now. This is kind of the only way to start this event, considering, oh, what's going on here? I just realized there's some fighting. It looks like it was almost a team shooting each other. It looks like Abnormal Psycho has made it into this compound somehow by himself and takes out one of the members of Toxic EU off the rip. We didn't even see this happening at all. And now he's hanging out the window, falls here by himself. We'll try to get a quick look at where the rest of the team is. So they were maybe doing a 2-2 split. And then Abnormal is actually in a really big split here through the chopsticks area and then caught one of the members off guard, but it looks like Full again is going to be able to get away.
So this is kind of what we were talking about. These teams aren't exactly sure where the others are going to be landing. We might see a little bit of a figuring out time period here for a couple of these teams. Unfortunately for Toxic EU, they're going to lose one member here early. Psycho picking up a kill for Abnormal. But things seem to have cooled off in this area. Not many people looking to lose more than one or jump into here. I'm just taking a quick look here. The Milta Power area got a little spicy there, but it's just a rotation. WC Ghost is going to quickly rotate past his counterpart for the Winner Circle NA in the same area there. So very interesting how that's happening between the same two teams. We're going to see this a lot. It's probably important for us to discuss really quickly, Blitz, that several teams are represented in both regions here today. Lots of these organizations like Winner's Circle, like Team Toxic, like the Kinetic 7 Kings combination. They have their EU counterpart, and they are some of the top teams in both regions. So we'll keep a close eye on that. You can see on the right side of your scoreboard there, Winner's Circle, both EU and NA. Toxic is going to have both an EU and NA. So just something to keep an eye on, ladies and gentlemen. We'll make sure we're making everything as clear as possible. But heading back over to the map, I'm scrolling around, Blitz. Doesn't look like anything is really happening right now. I want to shout out one of our top teams in the North America section as they begin their rotation out of Yasnaya. Maybe we jump on board with CK. We had the pleasure of doing a nice interview with one of their members that we'll be able to share with you guys a little bit later. But this team, IGL'd by Bizarre on the top of the kill feed there, really came out strong. I think they ended up in 3rd in the NA region, but this team has more than a shot here to win this event, and we'll keep a very close eye on Turbot, Bizarre, and the rest of the console killers here as they start their first rotation. They're going to make a wide one. They're going to be met by a couple teams over there in the Lipovka area, though, Blitz.
Yeah, and just a reminder, you guys definitely want to stick around for these interviews. Really great insight to the teams. Again, Turbot is going to be featured after Game 4, so make sure you guys stick around. I know sometimes in between games, we just have the intermission up, but there will be some interview content throughout the event. So we look forward to, and CK is one of those teams from the US, just to give a little background on them, where they've kind of been a mid-tier team as I've kind of tracked them through casting a lot of different PUBG console competitions throughout the years. And recently they just really turned things on. Turbot, I think, has been one of the kill leaders for the squad, even though he missed out on a few games. When he plays with them, it makes a huge difference. So we're kind of expecting, and I think kind of hoping, without having any bias, that he plays throughout the tournament to kind of make things really step up for CK as we see them do a little bit of a flip over here. And
I still a clean barrel roll, yeah.
We kind of got distracted, but this circle, I want to talk about it a little bit more, because we had this circle pop so many times in the beginning of our qualifying event. And again, if you're just popping in here, we did 3 weeks of qualifying, 30 games for both NA and EU to get to this point. Right now, we have the top 9 from NA, top 8 from EU. So this is a true testament to who are the best teams in the region, because 30 games is a great way to determine, a kind of just a great number there. It's not like 5 or 10, 30 freaking games to get to this point. So it really kind of showed off who had it in their ability at this current point.
Yeah, and I think we've seen the console killers take this spot a lot during the regular season. They seem to like the northern side of the woodyard, featuring these houses. And they kind of hold this spread. We've seen them play out if you're successfully a number of times. In the meantime, you're watching a couple teams shoot across the Povka over the water at that's P9, Phase 9, one of our final qualifying teams. A little bit of a harbor action going on from this Torch EU squad, who Blitz mentioned a little bit earlier. They seem to be able to adapt really well. These guys can drop just about anywhere on the edge and almost always find themselves 4 deep in an end game. Definitely one of our teams to keep an eye on here is that Torch team. But look at this, kicked out. They're 3 deep right now. They must have lost a member early on that we missed.
Ooh, we hit one with that snipe there. This is Ben's trying to follow up with the AK spray. And yeah, great point, Sento. This is one of those teams where they're probably the top team that plays the most unorthodox, I would say, right? Because a lot of lower teams will try to drop on the outside because they don't want to be bothered early on. But Torch kind of plays with a really unorthodox style, but they have the kills to back it up. So we'll see them fragging out. I think for me, Sento, they're one of the teams to watch. I think they're kind of a potential underdog to be like a first place team in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. They've proven that to us time and time again throughout these events. And right now, just Ben's trying to connect on maybe a little bit of a montage snipe situation, but Torch is going to escape over there. We'll check back in with them when they're going to be arriving on the coast. But as Blitz is showing you guys, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting quite crowded in the center of zone here. Just to the southeast of prison is where just about all of our teams have found themselves. A couple of them are hanging out in the Milta side, just north of the city there. But this is one of our teams to watch out for sure. You guys know the names: Warhawk, Quavo, Linkadox, and Tacticals leading the way for the North American side. These guys really, sometimes they seem a step above the rest, but this is going to be a sweatier tournament field than they've ever seen before here, Blitz. So we'll see how they handle it. And right now they're in these areas that we've seen them play a number of times. They like to take a split in these blue houses just below the woodyard here. We've seen a number of times throughout the regular season them have a great game from this location, and it looks like, as you can see, a nice little 2-2 split. So they're going to kind of man this entire road here on the west side, and they'll be pretty comfortable for now. A little bit over a minute and 20 seconds until we learn where phase 2 is going. We've got a couple of late rotating teams, as you can see. AFI and Kinetic 7 far on your west side of your map, rotating around Pochinki and back onto the military base island. So we'll keep a close eye on those teams as they make those rotations. But match 1, Blitz, everyone is locked in focus. We've hardly seen any action as these guys are taking their rotations more serious than ever before.
Stento, this is a wild rotation here from K7. What we're going to see here is one of the top teams, Vigorous here, who I think ended up technically in first, but top 2, top 3 team in NA, absolutely for sure. They're probably going to clash here kind of early on, and Prodigy has left the pack to get this care package, and unless they're careful, they might run into each other. I'm trying to find where this care package is right now. Lost it for a second. Looks like Prodigy's going to end up with MG3. Not their favorite thing they're going to want to get, but obviously that level 3 gear is going to be clutch for this. But look at this, K7 is rotating very close here. We're going to follow in on QDex. Number 1 player for EU. He was the current MVP going into this event. He's been fragging out. Obviously, Prodigy's going to hear the card noises coming in. Will we see shots? Kidzo's also here, Stento. to follow up potentially.
Yeah, QDex and K7 just are expecting nobody to be in this area. I'm not sure. Maybe QDex saw the package, so he's curious. I think he's got a little bit of an idea of the enemy here. Not scared to take a fight ever is K7. The rest of Vigorous, they're going to need to be very careful here as K7 starting to surround them. QDex takes down Prod. Kidzo on the other side takes down Gav. So we've got a little bit of an early skirmish going on here. Blitz QDex is now trying to figure out exactly how to get position onto Kidzo, who took down his teammate Gav. They're going to wrap quickly that way. Kidzo's is going to want to... Yeah, he's got plenty of smoke out already. Anto
they're
laying
leaving
down
Kidzo, though.
spray.
They're leaving Kidzo. He got left by himself here. The rest of Vigorous is actually going across the bridge, so this is unfortunate 1v3 situation for Kidzo. Can he do anything here? I'm getting into his perspective because he's going to be fighting for his life. He's actually trying to run away now, which is a good move. Use these trees. And honestly, any time that K7 wastes chasing down Kidzo, if they can't get the kill right here, could potentially hurt them, and they might eventually just back off.
Yeah, and what's interesting, Blitz, if you take a look at your map, the rest of Vigorous settled up onto the bridge, and there's already a team in Novo. So it's going to be quite difficult for K7 to rotate out of this area, considering those two things. Yeah, as you can see, the rest of Vigorous on the bridge there, and there's a team still in Novo. So a couple of broken teams here early on, and both Vigorous and K7 losing one member. They're going to be careful to rotate through that military base island once again, probably moving forward.
Yeah, it's actually pretty amazing that Kidzo was able to get away here. And this circle shifting to the left, Sento, is really classic of the circles we saw so many times early on in the event. We had so many kind of ending in this field here up on the side of the hill. And with this going more to the left, more of a probability that's going to happen, but obviously still way too soon to know. And it looks like Warhawk, Sento, was knocked for the Seven Kings and might be... Oh, he just got picked up. It looked like there was only one player there, so I thought maybe they were leaving him for a rotation. But they are able to get Warhawk up. And Warhawk and Quavo are the current MVPs for NA. They were kind of flipping back and forth on the leaderboards who is the top player for NA. So again, those are two people to look out for on the NA side.
Yeah, just take a look at your map, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very difficult zone for these players in phase 2. Tons of water in play, the city of Milta, and then just below Milta Power, you can see that wide open kind of abyss out there. So there's very limited area to work with for a phase 2 zone. We're going to start to see these teams get more and more compacted, probably in the Milta area as that shift kind of yanked away from Milta Power. We're probably expecting somewhat of a Milta farm field finish here, one of those ones that kind of creeps up the hill later on. We'll keep a close eye on it, ladies and gentlemen, right now. As you can see, all of these teams hunkered into their comfortable spots right now. It's just going to be a matter of time before we see some fights break out, though, Blitz. I think I'm looking towards the north side. RMV getting a little bit closer to kicked out up there. And, of course, we know CK in the area as well, holding down that Woodyard split. But we haven't talked about him enough, probably. This RMV squad for EU had a very impressive, yet up and down qualifying stage. We saw them just with such good shooting capability and slaying prowess, but they would oftentimes lose one or two members and not find themselves as a full squad in those end games. So they're going to want to try to, you know, make sure they tighten that up a little bit. This lobby is a little bit sweatier than the one before. And again, these guys can slay with just about anybody. We, again, didn't see them very often times with a full 4-man.
Absolutely. They're in an interesting spot because they want to rotate. Circle just shifted super far south. KO and CK is right below them. This is where we're going to see so many teams kind of quickly head into this zone. But Sento, this was something that I don't know if we were expecting. It actually shifted back to the east side. So it looks like we might have a finish somewhere in this area instead of the Milta field, unless it really makes a dramatic shift backwards. K7 needs to decide what to do. They might look for an extra boat. Looks like Toxic EU's taking the first lift of the game. Remember, if you guys haven't been following lately, there's new features added into the esports world, and the emergency pickup is one of them. We now have the foldable shields, which have been in, and then just added recently is the jammer pack, the Panzer, and the blue zone nade.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit hectic in this Milta area, Blitz. Triple OG laying down some AUG spray, but met with some impressive spray from I didn't see who was pulling up there. The kill feed's starting to light up a little bit, but we're going to stay right in this area. This is actually a great time for us to hop on board with TXC for NA Blitz. Why don't we join them for an Astro A40 listening?
Give me 1 second. We'll hop in. Perfect timing here.
Yeah. Or no, if you're inside here, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm inside.
Chilling. Yeah.
Just watch that window, Onyx.
We really just need to watch south, bro. Don't even worry about north,
Alright.
south, and west. I want to get over to the.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna make a run for it.
Orange back there.
Another team right
Whole team
behind
just
us.
parachuted in behind us on rocks too.
Yeah. Just put gas in it. I just put gas in it.
One dead WCNA. WCNA is all wiped.
Yeah, wipe. Yeah.
I don't think they lost any either. K7.
So there's still 3, yeah?
Or 7K, sorry.
Yeah.
Shit, I got heals now. I'm excited.
Yeah, I
just
came
on
in here
silence,
and
bro.
robbed me.
There's another first aid right here.
I need one of those, my boy. At least one.
Yeah, chilling.
Chilling like villains.
All right, so we're back on board with Stento here. Just wanted to wait for that circle to pop. Not much comms coming out for them, actually. It was exciting when we first showed up because they were getting some shots onto CK, but now they just decided that they're chilling. They got circle. They know a lot of information here on RMV being behind them, but really, you know it's game one. People are going to play really close to the vest here, and that's exactly what TXC is doing. And then again, that is Toxic NA there that we were just listening in on, and there's also Toxic EU. If they're still alive on the battlegrounds. Yep, they're right on the bottom here. Second team kind of on the coastline.
Yeah, and we kind of hopped on board right as they were pulling in. So they got in there just in enough time as other teams were kind of pulling up right now. And as you are seeing,
Two
Kinetic
members.
7 pulling up in the wrong spot. That's
Stikos
Stikos
with a
for
triple
Kinetic
kill.
1. Was that a triple or a wipe? Stikos in the right place at the right time there. Tap into his perspective for me, Blitz. How many did he pick up there? That's all 3. My man leading Kinetic 1 in kills right now. Invernix picked up 1 as well. So it looks like his team on the other side are meeting with Vigorous. We need to get into Kiss's perspective here. Several teams, Blitz, trying to work their way through the city right now. So it's getting quite crowded in here. As you can see, one of the Crazy Mob members, ABN, are fighting. And Kinetic 1 a little bit spread here. So we've hopped on board with Kiss, who just picked up a kill. He's got several teammates around him. That's going to be the Crazy Mob and ABN mainly. And they've got one member for Vigorous as well in the city.
Yeah, it looks like Ruzi's the closest to 2 members of Abnormal, so I'm going to pop to him. Again, we're going to be showing his interview after game 2. Really interesting insight on their team. He's going to go for a molly up top here. Abnormal's going to be a little bit of a pain here, and Tony gets a shot over the top. This building is kind of tough to play. Karm is heading out here. We're going to switch into Karm's perspective. Looks like he's just looking for some loot.
Yeah, T1 caught out with a little bit too much of a split here. In a city zone like this, everyone's split. There's just so many people around. So unfortunately for Ruzi, was going for a little bit of a throwable there and got caught out by Tony with the Scar. The rest of his squad is to the west side, so they still need to work through this Abnormal team who might be postured up for some easy kills here. Tony and the rest of the boys here. I love the 2x on the Scar here, Blitz. It looks like he's kind of laying down, picking up some audio cues, feeding over information to his team right now. He's in a really good spot as long as he doesn't eat a Molotov. It looks like Invernix knows he's up here. Stikos and the squad starting to put some shots down. Unfortunately, the wall kind of blocks his gun there. Invernix trading out some good shots, but Tony gets the better of him with some Scar headshots. Tony holding amazingly strong for Team Abnormal here, and the rest of the boys, unfortunately for T1, just going to go down to blue zone there, deny a couple of early kill points, and just a difficult rotation there, finding their way into the city. They were never really going to find their way out, I don't think, here, Blitz. But take a quick look at your map, ladies and gentlemen. Team Toxic, Team AFI in the center with some nice hard cover. We're going to probably see a lot break out on the north side here, Blitz. I want to kind of watch the Seven Kings. They're on the northeast side of zone. I'm curious how they're going to find their way into zone here. Right now, it's Code Red Gaming and P9 kind of sending some shots that direction.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention before we pass off, though, that CK has been playing in this shed the entire time, Sento, since this rotation. And now we have the AFI in this little wizard tower. So a lot of teams close together here. And as Sento mentioned, we're going to hop over to the Seven Kings, see how they try to rotate in. They have 13 seconds to start making decisions here before the zone closes in.
Lots of the good cover here is already taken, Blitz. So as this circles up, some teams are going to be forced into really uncomfortable positions. And it looks like one of the Seven Kings have taken a knock here from a third party. So Tacticals and the boys are starting to regroup here. And that's 2 down for the Seven Kings. All sorts of third parties from Code Red Gaming and Winner Circle EU starting to attack the Seven Kings here as they were holding out another team to the north. That's going to be kicked out, led by Batulins through the regular season. But right now, Tacticals is kind of just covering for the rest of the squad, playing this dirt road dip. He's trying to get a little bit of an angle onto the WC EU squad, who is very hunkered down in this compound, and they're going to be safe there for the rest of phase 5, which is just over a minute and 15 seconds left here. And you can see KO and Linkadox, the rest of this squad is starting to fight out on the north side. It's now down to just Tacticals. KO kind of pushed over at the right time to get involved there. Tacticals is able to clean it up though, so that's going to be 6 kills already for the Seven Kings, but it's unlikely he's able to get out of there with any of his teammates now. Switching over to the Winner Circle EU side, taking a couple knocks of their own while trying to gatekeep this Seven Kings team. And there you go, it gets thirsted out from long range. So all sorts of mutual destruction for teams on the edge of the north side zone here. Winner Circle, one of those squads, got a nice little compound here with some cars and some foldable shields. One thing we do want to point out to you guys is that we've had an update recently. This is one of the first events that you'll see with the likes of the blue zone nades, the mortars, and others involved. Whether it's cartoony or not, we'll have to give it a little bit of a shot here because the esports rules have already been settled in, and expect to see some fun adjustments along those lines.
Yeah, for sure. Right here, Seven Kings were able to get Tacticals, was able to get Quavo up. So we want to see if they're going to, he actually carried him into the zone. See if they can make a push onto Winner Circle. Looks like Winner Circle spotted them. Tacticals going to go for a big nade here. This is kind of going to determine this fight, Stento. If he can hit a good nade. Nothing pops. Actually, he lands on Bueno, so this levels the playing field. 2v2 with a couple members weak. Tactical's gonna go for a double kill. Can he end with a triple and the squad wipe here? So close. Repeaks, catches a little bit of damage, but it's gonna need to reload here. Blows up the car, actually, confirming the kill, but Ghost, who is one of our kill leaders, second behind QDex and EU, able to take out Tacticals. Now Quavo needs to make a good play. Good stunts coming in.
Kind of wondering where the angle from Quavo was. Tac laid up some good pressure there, and Quavo must have been pushed back from some grenades or something, because Tac was up there a little bit alone. I thought we were going to see Quavo come from the side and take that final player out, but now both teams kind of trading reses here. Quavo's going to need to kind of step up a little bit, get a little bit of an angle. The smokes are out here, Blitz, so it's a very interesting 2v2 now on this edge of the zone, as the third parties from several teams still kind of looking this direction. You can see the tracer shots kind of whizzing over. Looks like Winner Circle EU have plenty of smokes here, so Quavo's going to match it with a few of his own. You can see the kill feed popping off, but we're in a great spot here, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of our top teams from NA and EU squaring off in a nice, fair little 2v2. Will Tacticals and Quavo get the best of Ghosts and the Winner Circle? We'll have to stay tuned here. It's a nice, all sorts of mollies and throwables here, Blitz.
Yeah, we're seeing 2 top teams battle it out early on in game 1, so this is great to see. Kill feed right now is literally like Skittles tasting the rainbow, just colors popping off everywhere. Tacticals 2v1 situation. It's gonna catch Ghost and Redemption there. 9 kills for Seven Kings, and they come out victorious, taking out Winner Circle EU in 11th place.
Awesome fight there, Blitz, but we got to get over to the Milta side of things. It's the Crazy Mob, CK, and Toxic is kind of keeping them all out here. We just saw one squad get eliminated there, so things have kind of unfolded quickly here. We're down to our final 10 teams, 24 players, and just under 25 minutes is unbelievable for match 1. This is such a difficult zone, and now it's just going to be 1 player left for CK there. He gets found by AFI Zalodi, picking up another kill, and now Crazy Mob looking onto this Team Toxic here. They've got the ridges to kind of work up with. They're going to try some smokes and some throwables and try to take this fight here. They're going to want to take it sooner than later so that they can work their way off of this edge. It actually looks like Droppa is leading the squad around the south side, kind of to the shoreline. So they're actually going to be in a decent spot here with some of these ridges on the beach. They're going to need to be careful, though. RMV already looking this way with some good sight lines. A nice snipe there from Bliv. Kind of buying his team a little bit of time as they get some smokes down, attempt to get this res. There's also a solo in this area here. Kidzo's is on the shoreline. Just kind of a snake in the grass situation, waiting to strike.
He was at military base before Sento after leaving his team and somehow made it here. He's going to take out Droppa. He's got to, I think he's just, no, he's almost in Sento. He's got to go a little bit more forward. Now he got spotted from RMV, though. He's going to get wiped quick from that side. Ends up being Bliv who gets the kill, though, by Crazy Mob. Yeah, ended up getting that, which is good for Crazy Mob. But now they only have 2 to 3 players are up in this little ditch.
Yeah, and they're fragging out in all directions here. They just got another knock on the RMV and thirsted it out. I'm kind of curious their perspective, Blitz. I want to see if they can work their way out of this area here, but as you can see, Hacker and his friend, one more member for RMV. Heavy focus here. Problems kind of dropped his guard a little bit. Might have thought that they rotated out of that edge. Unfortunate for him. They're still up there, kind of fully focused this way, and they're starting to kind of get a little bit more zone. So Crazy Mob gonna want to get off this edge as soon as possible, probably, Blitz, because they might be able to get gate kept here, excuse me, by Deco and Hacker. And now again, what was just kind of a lazy rotation off of this edge after cleaning up Kidzo is kind of starting to pay for them.
Yeah, and this is a great fight because RMV, oh, now TXC. This is what I was wondering if TXC was going to come from behind here and make this really difficult for the Crazy Mob, and it looks like they have done this so far. Crazy Mob already with 6 kills. They're fighting for their lives on this side. This is going to be hard to fight out of, though, Stento. It really depends if Toxic's really going to push on this side. But either way, when they go to leave here, it's not going to be easy to leave the beach in this situation. No, they're not coming in. It's just Droppa up at this point as he gets this first aid off. They're going to lose problems.
And it's a 2-man for RMV, really causing all of the problems. Yeah, TXC kind of poked over and caused some issues, but they were never really going to push. And now it's just multiple broken teams over here. In all honesty, RMV doing a really good job once losing half of their team to pick up 3 kills here and now command a decent side of zone using this kind of hill. We're going to see Tacticals and Quavo go out in 5th place there. I believe that was TXC picking up those kills. So really quickly down to our final 4 teams.
Ooh, Hacker made a really aggressive push. I don't know if he should have went that far to the beach here to get this confirmation on Crazy Mob. So they're going to lose Hacker most likely here. Let's see what Droppa can do from this situation. We're going to flip back to him. He's going for the revive, but Hacker's so close. Zone's coming in. They don't have a long way to go.
Yeah, and Deco just can't risk running out in the open there, so he's forced to stay back in his spot. He had no vest and no helmet, similar to Droppa here. Blitz, maybe we want to go see what's going on right now with TXC. I think they're kind of gatekeeping AFI on the north side. That fight's starting to heat up a little bit. As you can see, TXC are turning their attention to multiple sides here as Boatman is required to keep an eye on the south side. Crazy Mob, the rest of the team, Triple OG, fighting Baby Joey and Affinity on the north side. Team Toxic doing it all right now, firing on all cylinders as RMV takes down one of the final members of the Crazy Mob. It's a couple of solos here versus the 2-man of AFI and the 4-man for Team Toxic. This is Toxic's games to clean up. They want to get a nice jump on the leaderboard here. One of our top teams in NA are going to really be in a good position here as a 4-man to clean this up, but not so fast here. Blitz Zalodi from the Harry Potter tower takes down Boat, and now things just got a little bit more interesting. A nice nade from Omerta almost takes down Triple OG here. So Affinity holding quite strong as a 2-man with only the Wizard Tower to their name. Zalodi's going to get that confirmation onto Boatman as well. Omerta gets taken down by Himothy, so now it's just 1 member left for Affinity. 3-man for AFI, for TXC versus 3 solos here.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, TXC made it a little bit harder for themselves fighting 2 teams at once, but they kind of had to. Stento being kind of backed up on this side, and they still have a great potential. Onyx is kind of holding this backside so far back for the team. In case the solo member of Crazy Mob comes this way, he's kind of completely covering the flank, so the rest of TXC can just work together here. And OG looks like had a bad nade that missed. This could open up an opportunity for Zaldi. I'm going to kind of hop out into an area view in case he hops out. Looks like he's thinking about it.
He's
He knows they were
considering
there,
it.
very close. Is he going to have an angle? He almost does. He falls out, though, with the mini, which I don't think he meant to. He gets the flush, but Triple
I
OG
love
is
the
going to get
attempt
the
from
kill.
Zal to peek that window, but he peeked a little too far and fell. I think he did get that thirst there. So now we've got a 2-man 4TXC versus 2 solos here, Blitz. 3 teams just remain in our first match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, before this pops off, I want to welcome you all to the main gaming NA versus EU showdown. We've been here all month battling it out in 2 different regular seasons, one for NA, one for EU, and now the final 17 teams, the top from each region, have joined for the finals here, and we've got 24 matches over the course of 2 weekends coming at you, and this is just match 1. RMV with a nice flank. Onyx is going to go prone and get cover, and there you go, Triple OG with some really good cover for his teammate now, and is it time for Crazy Mob? Can he make a good peek on this edge and kind of catch these members of TXC off guard? They've already got 8 kills, 4 for Triple OG.
Now would have been the time for him to strike. He was a little far away, though, but as soon as those shots came out, you would have imagined that he would have ran right towards the fight. Could have caught one of the members here, low health. Both of them are just at 75% health with like full boost running, so they got a good chance, and they're gonna rotate out of the smokes, which I really like. This is such a great idea. After you shoot, put some smokes, it's always good to try to move so the other teammate, other enemy doesn't know where you are. Change up your position. You can see Crazy Mob is heading in there. I think it's Problems is the last member into the smoke, and they're just completely rotating around the other way. And Sento, this has been a crazy finish. So many teams obviously didn't want to die first or early in game 1. This has been a lot, so we'll try to do a better job catching even more action next time, but this has been a crazy way to start, and kind of a crazy first zone.
Yeah, unbelievable. And as you mentioned, I love this flank. You know, there's a nice smoke wall out from both teams, and Toxic flanked all the way around. What they don't know is that final Crazy Mob member is now kind of following them in their footsteps, but they're doing a very good job of staying arm in arm here. Phase 9 has just 1 minute and 20 seconds until we're finally circled up, so it's not much time here before we're gonna see something special. Blitz, I want to get into the solos perspective. Are we gonna see a nice little 1v2? Can Drapa cook up something special? He's got 27 bullets, no vest, no helmet. It's gonna have to be something extra special.
No, and a cook nade came right at him. I wish we saw that. Was that predicted or kind of just random and it fell?
Oh my gosh.
In any case, a little anticlimactic, but congratulations to Toxic NA for the first game of the day. They're going to come down with 10 total kills there. Very exciting. Or 9 total kills there. And then the 10 point for placements was very exciting first game for them. The Crazy Mob fighting it out on the ocean there on the beach, coming in second place. And then RMV in third. Sento, what a crazy, crazy way to end game 1. Let's say hello to everybody after that. Sorry for your camera here. We'll try to see if that sometimes the OBS does that. But honestly, unbelievable, man. That was when we were casting some of the different fights going on. The kill feed after phase 4 or 5 there, or was it 6, was just ripping through. It just looked like it was in kind of a Twitch chat going super fast, going through everything. It was absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. Just match 1 of the day. So many teams alive. They're going into the end. I'm having trouble looking at my broken camera and keeping this going. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have match 2 already loading up. We'll get right back on Erangel in just a few minutes after a short break. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, GG's, everybody.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the main gaming NA versus EU showdown. Right now, the scoreboard is empty. We'll wait for match 1 to update, but this is just a great way for you guys to get a look at the 17 teams competing for the $5,000 in this event. So I want to welcome you all back once again. And just a little bit of how this event is going to be run and everything. First thing is going to be our prize pool. We gave out $1,000 during the regular season, but into the finals is what you're looking at here. $4,000 are going to be split between the top 5 placements there, and Kill Leader also separately going to take home $100 for fragging out here today. A little bit more tourney info that we like sharing with you guys. If you're not very familiar with the comp scene, is that 1 kill is worth 1 point, and you get some placement points as well. 10 points for the first, all the way down to 1 point for 7th and 8th. The schedule is going to be on the right side of your screen there. We're going to have 4 match days, all with 6 maps per day. And the start time for all of these dates are going to be 3 p.m. Eastern. And moving on is our map rotation. 6 maps per day, as I said. 2 on Erangel, over to Miramar for 2, and then back on Erangel. Wraps it up for each day. And just a couple teams that we wanted to really shout out as teams to look out for in this event. You can see the comparison of their regular season here for a couple of our top EU squads. Kinetic 7 and Winner Circle here. 214 kills versus 177, and you can see the damage is a little bit closer there. Average placement points and average points also very similar. And switching over to our NA teams to look out for, the head-to-head comparison here is going to be versus 7 Kings and Vigorous. A pretty similar situation once again here. 239 kills for the 7 Kings. 208 for Vigorous. Damage much closer, however, in average placement and average points on your screen there again. So thank you guys once again for joining us here, and maybe we'll pop to our screens here, Blitz, and say hi to everyone as we do load up the map.
Oh yeah, what's up everybody? That was a awesome game 1. Thank you guys for being here again. We just finished up our qualifying this past week, so we had our last games for EU on Wednesday. Last games for NA on Thursday. This again is just day 1 of the finals. We're going to be here today, tomorrow, and then next week, both Saturday and Sunday. Every day now, I think, is going to be really exciting because day 1, it gets crazy because everyone is going to be playing a little bit slower, potentially a little nervous. I mean, people play in these events a lot, so they're probably used to it, but still, it's day 1. You don't want to start off with a bad footstep. And honestly, momentum is huge in these events. And since there's only 4 days, I mean, it's 24 total games. But since it's only 4 days, you really want to start off on the right foot, and, very excited to check all this stuff out. And again, after seeing all those head-to-heads, it's really amazing to see both NA and E were killing it, but the NA teams were just a little bit ahead there on total kills and damage there. So, a lot of great teams to track for the event so far.
Yeah, awesome game 1. Winner's going to be TXC, Toxic from NA. We mentioned it a little bit earlier there. There's a couple teams here who are going to be represented from both NA and EU. Team Toxic is one of those teams. Winner Circle, another one. So just something to keep in mind as you're checking out the scoreboards as we're casting for these different squads. And what was it? 9 kills in the win. So that's going to get them 19 points. I don't really think we saw any teams frag out a much harder than that. So I think the top of the leaderboard after match 1 is going to be them with 19 points. We'll make sure as soon as that does update, we bring it up for you guys so you know exactly how things are unfolding here. But just a few moments before we jump into this map, Blitz, any teams you're looking out for in match 2 for the day?
100% K7. They got one of the kills on the Prodigy there from Vigorous. We saw that on the military base. Their rotation got kind of cut early because they went for a crazy rotation, ran into Vigorous, who was getting a care package on the military base, and the zone wasn't even there. So for people that didn't see that one. And then when they rotated in late, they got killed by T1. So I don't think they had too many points there. Obviously, they're the #1 team in EU. So that's going to be, I think, the team to watch going into this match. How do they bounce back for game 2? And actually, we have the plane path as we kind of get started here. Stento, if you want to bring us in on where we're going today.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of my favorite plane paths. I got my fingers crossed that we're coming down south here. Probably a little bit opposite thoughts that our players are thinking here, but we're starting out on the bottom left side of Sosnovka military base. And we're heading up to just about Kameshki there. So a lot of the map's going to be virtually unplayable here. Zarki, George Pool. We're not going to see the likes of Severny for many people here. And as teams begin to drop off of this nice and early here, it's just a great great match too that we're getting ready for here. TXEU heading towards that Primorsk area, and something that we're going to see in the beginning of these matches still, because these teams didn't battle it out versus the likes of one another throughout the regular season. Not all of our drops for each plane path have really been figured out, so we got to keep a close eye on the map here for any sort of hot drops.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one, with this plane path being so low, not everyone's going to be able to reach where they want to go, because there are some drops where people like to go, Georgia Pole, etc. So this is probably going to be an alternate drop path. K7 is taking military base. Always curious to see what team is going to go there. This was kind of their original drop, but then they were switching it in the qualifiers actually after they got a big lead, maybe to stop people from dropping on them. I'm not sure, but they are back there now, so they've taken that spot. What I'd like to see is, where is the 7 Kings dropping at this moment? I'm trying to find where they're located at. Do you see them, Stento?
Yeah, we got to keep a close eye on the school Roshawk area here, Blitz. It was the same, similar last time. 7 Kings, I think they're typically dropping Pochinki here, but looks like they're kind of letting Code Red Gaming have that for this event, at least the start of it. However, so it's going to be T1, Abnormal, and 7 Kings all in this Roshawk school general area here. So these drops have already getting interesting as they're trying to fight for cars and that type of stuff. No player has kind of been lost early on those drops, but we'll make sure we're keeping a really close eye on the Erangel drops in the center of the map here. But phase 1 has shifted Blitz all the way down to a quarry center. There's only a team or two that are currently in zone. It's going to be Toxic EU and Vigorous. Look at the rotations these teams have to go right now. We saw the plane path start on the bottom left of Military Base Island and go up to Kameshki. So everyone was expecting a similar circle to match 1, perhaps in that Milta Woodyard area. And it snaps all the way over to Quarry. Unpredictable stuff here, Blitz. These teams are going to have their hands full on rotation.
Yeah, for sure. I want to point out something here. Vigorous switched their drop to Ferry Pier, which I am a huge fan of this area. It kind of sucks to loot, but its location is so clutch because you can rotate fairly well out of here. But something they've been doing is they'll keep Stiffy here by himself, and we actually saw him get crashed multiple times at the end of qualifiers by a team. And usually that's kind of the rotation for a team like AFI. They finish up looting, they head west, and then they decide where they're going to stop. And oftentimes this compound is one of the first stop points. So I see they're picking up Stiffy early here, which I like. He got some quick loot. They're not going to lose him. Vigorous is a great team, but one of their biggest weaknesses, like a lot of teams, is that they lose people early. But Vigorous really suffers from this, probably more than any other team of their caliber. So something to look out for, that they can keep everybody up. And then just in general, with this circle, we're going to want to see more teams using the lift. And we saw NA taking advantage of this more throughout the qualifiers. Just anecdotally, I wasn't tracking who was using it, but game in and game out, it seems like NA was using it more often. More teams were using it per game. So, this is going to be a big factor because the NA teams got pretty good at it. And with crazy circles like this could be, the factor of you making it in or not, or successfully doing it could be the make or break for your game.
Yeah, some teams are starting to rotate right now, but so I want to kind of watch as they unfold. T1 has got my interest there. Stikas kind of leading the way for them. We saw them picking up some kills in match 1. We saw this man with a nice little squad wipe. I think that's actually how Kinetic 7 went out. They kind of just pulled up on this house, and the man didn't miss a single shot. So I love seeing what this Kinetic 1 team is up to. We actually have a nice treat for you guys after match 2 today. As you can see on your screen, Ruzi, the IGL lead fragger for this team, was generous to give us some time, so we're gonna have an awesome 1v1 interview after this match. So make sure that you don't go anywhere after the chicken dinner sounds. We'll let you inside the in the back scenes of Kinetic 1 and Ruzi.
Yeah, and just a sneak preview, I listened to the interviews as I was kind of getting them ready for the production side of things, and just really great insight. And honestly, it's great to see a face to the name. A lot of times I think if you're a streamer or competitive player out there, sometimes it's better to have your face out there, whether it's on social media, on the streams, instead of maybe your logo, because it's easier to connect with people. And what makes these events so much more fun is when you have a team or a person to root for. So if you made it this far, it's your first time watching an event, maybe you didn't watch qualifying, you wanted to wait until the finals to, it was a little bit more serious. more in the line. Try and pick a team or two to root for. You can take a look at the scoreboards as things kind of show themselves for day one. Maybe pick a mid-tier or underdog team to root for, and just makes it a lot more fun to watch. And here we have our first care package going to Toxic. I've never confirmed if OG was their IGL, but I think he potentially is. He's usually making most of the calls, so he's going to get this Groza, and they'll see if they pass it on or what. And we're also seeing Code Red here get an initial rotation.
Oh, Blitz, you got to take me to the farm field. Yeah, Crazy Mob aggressing onto a knock that they got onto Baby Joey and Hobie here. Problems already got the nades out in hand. Gonna see what he can find on the other side of it. He finds a 2-for-1. Unfortunate there. We didn't see exactly how this unfolded for Affinity, but...
Whoa, and Blitz coming in with the run over, no mercy. And that was kind of like a no-look pass right there. He had that nade into the smoke and pretty much knew it was going to land and just kind of ran off there. And 3 members of AFI are going to be down. Let's see if we can catch that last one driving away. So there you go. Crazy Mob with some early points, Stento.
Yeah, very strong first game for Crazy Mob here, and picking up 3 more points. One of our veteran teams in the NA area. They finished towards the bottom side of the qualifying spots, I think in 7th or 8th or something. But starting out extra hot here in the finals. Love seeing that from Droppa in Problems. And they've got a very strong squad. We'll make sure we stay tuned to the Crazy Mob here. Unfortunate for AFI, it's only Omerta here kind of rotating on his own. We just tapped out of his perspective, but a quick look at your I wanted to kind of bring your I think you were going to talk about the left side of the map. Teams are kind of spread over there. 7 Kings and K7 getting very close to one another on that side. They're all kind of split in their own vehicles. Just to the southeast of all this, lots of people in the swamp area too, so I think we need to keep our eyes on here. ABN is following K7 here, so tons of teams kind of squeezing over to this swamp side.
Yeah, what I wanted to bring up is that this is something that we talked about at the end of qualifying, is that when these teams move in together, playing each other, a lot of the top teams like to take the top areas of a zone. There's a lot of zones where there is an area that's kind of the better teams go to take. And K7 and 7 Kings are going to probably be fighting over these same areas because they are used to being kind of the top dog in both of their regions. So how is that going to play out? Are they going to hurt each other? Like, let's see how this plays out. It's going to be really interesting to watch.
And the 7 Kings, as they often do, kind of just holding a split, getting as much information as they can on different areas right now, considering different compounds and stuff and such. But in a lobby like this, they're going to need to be very careful making these plays. Warhawk almost got taken down there. He was able to get a quick heal off. Quavo in the bike scouting out a little more. So they're going to take as much as they can right now and kind of spread it out. And it's just going to be a matter of staying up. We know how good they are as individuals, but as a squad, man, this team is something else. So they're just going to need to make sure they keep a close eye on those solo plays right now. But they seem to be rotating right now. Linkadox and Tac, both in cars, perhaps reconsidering their current location here. I love this rotation early on, just kind of getting into their minds, trying to figure out where is this phase 2 going to shift? Where exactly are we going to go? And 7 Kings look like they're going to kind of ready up a little bit away from the crowded north side of zone, taking a little bit more of a southern position here.
Yeah, ultimately, I like this spot's a little bit more central in the zone and can kind of help their rotation if the zone goes to quarry. Winner Circle NA, which was our first team eliminated yesterday, last match, excuse me, is rotating in late. Torch coming in from the top side. P9. Those are, last 2 teams that rotate in is going to be Winner Circle NA and Torch from EU.
And look how wide open it is on the northeast. No one in the Gatka Chopsticks area. Pretty interesting considering everyone came from the right side of the map. So everyone kind of rotated around, like fully around that Gatka wide open farm field.
We say this all the time. Sometimes people over-rotate. P9 Wag here, kind of getting caught in that, going through the swamp, already taken by CK. Trying to catch
we
the other
do
shots.
talk about that a lot, Blitz. The over rotation, trying to push into something without scouting, and this is just like, this is center zone. You can't really be full sending a car in this area as phase 1 is kind of circling up. This is a time to be scouting these areas. CK's been here for a while, so Wag just maybe is kind of the scout for his team, just taking it a little too far into the center there. Phase 2 has popped though, and I'm not really sure anyone was expecting this. I mentioned it, the northeast east side of zone is kind of wide open. A couple teams are going to be very happy that they stayed. The Crazy Mob, RMV, and even KO on the way. east side over there. But right now it's Herbot and CK. Gonna try to catch some teams in rotation here. Actually, they're gonna hop in the car and consider their own rotation a little more important here. They got 1 kill on the board, but that shift was brutal, Blitz.
Yeah, look at Winter Circle now. They might be kind of nervous to take this spot because they probably imagine it's taken, but this whole area is open. So if they get aggressive here, this whole area is open for them to take. And then on the west side here, we have to watch out for Seven Kings, Code Red, all trying to rotate. I kind of want to tap in to Code Red because they're definitely a team to look out for today. And they're going to be rotating just underneath Toxic. So some shots are going to come in. Ollie's going to find this spot with 50% health here. So he knows it's clear.
Yeah, they're in for a long round, pulling up here. If they're going to be pinned into that like low farm field situation, it's going to be tough to rotate out of there because you can see a couple teams, Toxic and others, already on top of Quarry, kind of looking down. It looks like the Seven Kings are getting curious. Look at Quarry Blitz. They're really close to Team Toxic, who seems to be shooting to the north right now. These guys are so sneaky sometimes. So yeah, as you can see, Linkadox already got these guys in his scope, perhaps kind of tossing some information to Tacticals and Warhawks, playing the low side.
Yeah, Warhawks usually the team member here to make this flank. And you know what's really great? You mentioned it. They are sneaky. They don't shoot a lot of times from afar. They wait till they're a little closer, and then they pounce on people. And I think that's kind of the way to go because you don't want to miss the opportunity to strike. And they just got a knock on Code Red. So Toxic might be really kind of bloodthirsty here and looking towards Team 17. It might not be checking their back as much as they should.
Does Warhawk hear this member of Team Toxic? He's so close. He seems to have an exact drop on this member. There is a little bit of hard
from behind.
cover
This
there.
is Onyx here. Warhawk though,
actually took
what's
him
great,
down.
he did. Yeah, Warhawk didn't actually make himself known that he's this close. So they might say, "Hey, safe for res." Warhawk here might be waiting a little bit. Saw the smoke comes out. Probably knows that there's a member going for the res. Let's see how Warhawk plays
this is unfolding quick for Team Toxic here. That's the third knock. Elsewhere, Tactical's already picked up another one, so it's just one final member up. That's going to be Boatman for Team Toxic, kind of running for the high hills here. He's already got a couple of members on him. If we do want to kind of snap over there, they've already found him, kind of pinned him in, and that's how it goes with this Seven Kings team. They're so efficient. They're so deadly. They strike before you even know they're there, Blitz.
Yeah, that was such a good move there to have Warhawk close, but then actually strike from afar because I think, 9 out of 10 people are going to assume that that was the closest person that knocked you, right? You're going to say, oh, DMR knock. They're not that close yet. And that's huge, man. That's some high level play, which is great to see.
Look at this Code Red Gaming, however, left that area. I want to get into their perspective. They're in such a good spot now that they got out of that farm field. I mentioned they were in that low farm field. Team Toxic kind of pinned them in here. They wrapped all the way over here. We might see a very interesting fight break out between Code Red Gaming and the Seven Kings here, Blitz. Another team that we might want to take an Astro A40 listen in. If you do find a good moment, just keep an eye on Code Red Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. What might happen here, though, Sento, is if they allow the Seven Kings to rotate around them, you don't want to get stuck with a whole team surrounding you in this warehouse. And then there's also the solo of AFI Muerta here, who just had his whole team die.
Kind of staying on the hill to their right, and just like looking towards the Seven Kings from that ridge. It's a very high possibility that they kind of get pinned in here. Look at that third shift. Pulled both of these teams way out, so they have to get out of there sooner than later. And the big concern for this squad right now is, can we rotate before Seven Kings? Are we going to try to take this fight?
I think they are going to rotate, which is smart. And check this out. So Vigorous left Ferry Pier initially, and now look who is ending up here. It's K7. I think they took a boat from around Primorsky and is going to be the only team entering the bottom side of Ferry Pier. Looks like Torch might be heading there, and Code Red might be getting ready to crash onto Vigorous here. We're going to see if there's some crossfire shots, some initial ones going on the scout Ollie, who's been taking some damage. Super close. Going to go down from Prodigy there. Noxie's going to follow up with the flush immediately. So it looks like Vigorous has decided not to try to race back to Ferry Pier. Stento, will that kind of hurt them later? That was their initial spot again that they dropped that and left, rightfully so. Vigorous also does like this compound a lot. This is like their second take in the zone over here.
Yeah, they're in a decent spot there. The zone is so interesting because no one has taken that bunker. That's kind of center zone right now. That probably is going to be the best spot to fight out of. You can really just hang out in the center there. But right now, I do like Vigorous's spot on the shoreline here. ABN rotating along the shoreline. Prodigy laying down some really nice DMR shots, but ABN is going to pull up right onto a couple different teams over here onto the beach. Kiza and K7 waiting for him there. His teammate Psycho already taken down right now. The 3X strapped onto the M4. He's got QDex to his north with the barrel red dot. Anto is also waiting here. So there's nowhere to go for these beach squads. And if you look to the north, Code Red Gaming just found their own comfort here, and it looks like ABN pulled up on Code Red. That's going to be Aaron taking down Tony with the AUG. And now there's a couple members left for ABN, and they really just kind of get lost in this rotation, nowhere to go. And where they ended up pulling up was right on a team who might have laid a little bit dormant, let them pull up and then strike. And right now Cocky in a really good spot to kind of flank the members on the outside of this house for ABN. It looks like he's going to do that right now. Blitz, there's still a knock. I'm not sure if that res is coming out now, but Cocky needs to get around this edge and see what he can do for his squad here.
Karm catches him on the outside of the shed. He heard the footsteps, and the member, I think Aaron, didn't want to hop out of the window and break glass, so kind of left Cocky there by himself, and now Keebs doesn't want to leave either. Got hit with a stun. I think they need to kind of get out of here, Stento, and finish this up. K7 is thinking about moving up a little bit, slowly but surely. Tony here has been a spoiler for so many teams during the qualifying round, and he actually had a game with, I think, 11 or 12 kills on his own. We're hearing our first mortar strike of the tournament in the finals so far. We saw this in the last day of qualifying. This is now a feature in esports across the board as of the last update this past Thursday. And Sento, that was about 10 feet off from making major waves in the finals here.
Unbelievable. Blitz, there is so many fights to keep an eye on right now, as now Kiza and K7 pushing onto these broken teams for ABN and Code Red Gaming. A little bit of blue zone nades, a little bit of mortars. We're seeing a lot of the new items featured here, so this is great stuff. Only one kill so far for Kinetic 7 going to Kiza. They're just bombarding this house with all sorts of different throwables right now. They haven't been able to find anything else right now. I just want to mention on your kill feed, we're going to stay right here, ladies and gentlemen, that Seven King starting to pick apart console killers, which was a little bit of a third party situation. So they're starting to stack up some kills right now, but their EU counterpart Kinetic 7 here about to push into this barn building. They're being really careful. They're setting some people up on the roofs, getting all sorts of different angles. There you go. Console killers out in 15th place. As you can see, it was a multiple team battle there with Kinetic 1, Seven Kings, and the console killers, but we're locked into this battle right here. These teams are outside of zone, and what's interesting, Blitz, is that they're probably all going to get gate kept here by Vigorous. So maybe this is a good time to kind of listen into Vigorous's comms and watch them kind of hold these teams out.
Yeah, I said we finish up this little skirmish and hop over because Vigorous is going to be right above there. Did they just finish off Team 17? They did. They came through the window, I think, Stenta, which we kind of missed there as we were chatting. I think they were able to climb in right here, so sorry we missed that. But kind of a good push from K7.
And ABN was able to get that knock up and roll out of there as a 3-man. So Team Abnormal, who was also in the fight with Code Red Gaming, actually got out of there. And now these teams still kind of in a little bit of a interesting predicament as they're both outside of zone in their own hard cover right now, both getting gate kept by Vigorous. It looks like one of the members for Vigorous was spotted there, and as you can see from the other side of things, Crazy Mob can look onto Vigorous here, so arguably Vigorous in a little bit of a pinch here.
Yeah, it could be a good time though. I say we hop in now with Vigorous if you're cool with it. Let's go see let's go see what they're saying. We'll be right back.
Watch your back. Just watch your back. Watch your head from garage.
Yeah. On orange pink is knocked.
Yeah, no, I saw him.
He's running left at 105. Tagged once on the rock. Right here on ping.
No.
Is that orange mark or no? Oh, orange mark is getting tagged. Orange mark is getting tagged. And left. Left the smokes. Inside smokes now.
QDex is knocked. Torches.
3 inside smokes coming out of zone.
I tagged one.
ABN is dead.
One in blue. One's in the far close smokes on the road, isn't he?
I'm not sure, dude.
Got one.
K7
yeah,
still up.
zone, bro. Oops, sorry.
K7 dead. K7 dead. I'm good.
Torches are next
Wait, who's
target.
bunker?
Torches are next target, and we need our vehicle, okay? They're gonna come out of yellow soon. We need to get map control on Torch.
Okay.
Try to play to like on end zone, but with your car. Like maybe look for a dip that you can play.
Pretty much by Stiffy, maybe.
Where do we
A
play
little
to?
further? I don't know. Yeah, we're chilling here. Who needs ammo? Who needs
good.
fives?
Right here, honestly.
70 back.
I got 209. I'm good.
I need the zone to
I got
push them out of those
190.
North,
bridges.
just moving
Yeah.
north. There's like one right
Yes,
here.
seen. One has 3 gear. He has P90.
One's second,
One's got hit,
second floor
160.
glass behind us. So.
They're fighting.
tagged.
They're fighting.
Fighting.
They're fighting.
We might have to third party this.
Yeah, we have to. One's top right. Right here on ping.
I don't see him.
Pretty sure. Unless it was a blue.
I hear a car moving.
Oh, one's
Still
on bunker.
up.
Tagged once. Right. Oh, tagged twice right here on ping. He has 3
They have
gear.
to come out. I don't know if we
Yeah,
full push
no, 'cause
that.
I don't, maybe one does,
Hey,
but
just me. Just me.
They have
Putting
an
shots on 'em.
too.
And a P90.
Yeah.
one's still in the dip.
They're pushing our way.
One
Eddie,
in front of me. Knocked. I'm good. No.
That's 2 knocked, right?
Yeah, 2 knocked. 2
Tag
knocked.
up.
One's pushing back from further left on my ping here. I didn't ping. One's here on my blue and one's a little bit to the left of that.
Yeah.
To the right of that. I
Push
mean.
back a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, maybe you guys come back a little bit.
After those thirsts, yep. Let's just push this. Let's just push this.
Right here in front above me.
Yeah.
He's gonna thirst. He's gonna thirst. Yeah, thirst. There you
Knocked
go.
him.
Nice.
I'm nading
another one's in
over. I'm
Right
nading
side,
over.
right side of
Another
him.
one.
Where he was. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Headied, Stiffy.
Not there yet. Not there yet. Not there yet. Not there yet.
Nice.
I'm playing.
Dead.
Carry him in. You have to carry him
I
in.
can't pick him up. I can't. I'm on it.
All right, we're back with Stento. Perfect time to catch
flank.
Vigorous there on that awesome flank. And if you guys are watching, that's how you communicate. Constantly communicate every little detail coming down to vests, what weapons they have, where they're moving, what everybody's doing, what they're hearing. Clear comms, precise, and that's how those big flanks happen. And that's why Vigorous is one of the top teams in NA.
Let's look at this circle. Go center zone. Get us a little aerial view, man. I'm personally got my camera all the way up in the center zone as high as I can go, and still seeing all these teams. Wide open farm field. The south side's got the little bit of wood cover and the compound right now, but a couple important things to point out here. The 7 Kings are 3 deep in a shack in the center zone. Winner Circle EU and Winner Circle NA northeast and northwest of that location, both outside of zone right now, trying to work their way through the farm field. And as we were just on board with Vigorous, down to our final 5 teams. So you can see Crazy Mob and Vigorous, both 4 deep in the compound and on the south side of zone. So everything unfolded rather quickly there. Big GG's to Vigorous for an awesome push onto Torch there, and getting the better of them. They've got 9 kills in this impressive game, and Jolly for Winner Circle takes down Noxy long range. I think that revive is going to happen almost instantly.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention is that it looks like 7 Kings have been hunkered down in this shed for so long. And honestly, when you're in this zone, that shed is one of the best plays. It's all you can do because Crazy Mob has the only buildings and hard cover other than, a few hay bales and tractors that are located in the hay bales. Winner Circle is going to be losing their zone right now. So they're going to crash, maybe look for them to crash outside of the 7 Kings or maybe this tractor, and then they have some smokes and push the 7 Kings. We're going to stay on board. Stiffy kind of ruining this rotation off the bat from a DMR shot from the woods there, and then here trying to figure out their game plan. Smokes are going to come in towards the 7 Kings. This is going to be a really difficult zone for everybody out in the open here, Stento.
A difficult zone for everybody right now in Winner Circle. Have no choice but to kind of push in off this edge and meet 7 Kings who have just packed grosses and all sorts of stuff. Not to mention the third party from the south side from Vigorous, maybe the most annoying threat to them right now. Shanks has gone down along with another member, so it looks like it's just Tony now on this edge, just trying to enact survival mode, for lack of better words. But he does have some smokes down. He's going to try to get this res onto Shanky. You can see the tracers from all over. People just hunkering into edge right now, both Winner Circle on different edges. And phase 6, 30 seconds left until we circle up. And it's just one of those zones where you got to have a million smokes blitz or you're going to be in trouble, huh?
Oh, yeah. And look at this. Kidzo has pulled up to the right. I want to mention that Winter Circle EU is in a little bit of a ditch, which is going to really help them why these three teams really battle it out over here between the Seven Kings, Winter Circle NA, and Vigorous. So they're in a safe spot. Lincolnlock's going to finish off the Winter Circle NA. No, it's just Shark is still up. That was just a flush. Sorry, I thought that was the last kill coming down. We're still at 5 teams. Kidzo has the potential here to maybe get a nice knock, but Warhawk moving around pretty quickly here, almost like he's tempting that shot to come in. Circles are shifted far north. Shank's going to go down. That's the last member for NA finally. 4 teams remaining, and we're 4v4, v3, v2. Take a look at this zone. Crazy Mob now no longer located in the zone. We have to see what Winter Circle EU is working with. Again, look at this little bit of a dip. They can actually crawl up here for quite some time. The only thing, though, is when you're crawling, you just can't respond very quickly. So this could allow Crazy Mob or the Seven Kings to just kind of roll over top. It really depends how Crazy Mob's going to rotate going into this. I don't think we want to spectate Seven Kings because it's so hard to see with them kind of tight on this shed.
Yeah, I would like to point out we're in their perspective. They've got 10 kills. Got to shout out. I don't know how they've picked up 10 kills, but they've been center zone there for a little while. And they're starting to stack up. Kidzo's here. Lost Stiffy a second ago, and playing a massive role for the outcome of this game right now. He's lucky enough to maybe be low enough out of the sights of Crazy Mob and the likes of Winter Circle to the northwest there. It's just a matter of if he's going to get aggressive with that one grenade he has onto the shack that Seven Kings are. If he can get one in there, it might be a triple kill waiting to happen, but it's just a little bit of the waiting game here. We've got a minute left until phase 7 zones up. Crazy Mob have to come out of their compound here, so this is going to add a very interesting dynamic. Now a lot more pressure from the west side is going to be coming for the rest of the lobby here. Crazy Mob is kind of just hunkered into their compound right now, and as you can see, Problems laying down some SKS spray, putting some good damage down onto Vigorous here, and they've got a little bit of a ridge to work with on their way out, but that flattens out pretty quickly there. Bliv, back-to-back games with a very nice bolty shot. Noxie's going to go down there. Kidzo's has pushed onto the shack, as you can see at your kill feed, grenade, and took down Warhawk. So now it's going to be all teams kind of collapsing onto that Seven Kings shack, but Problems and the Crazy Mob kind of turned their focus towards the smokes of the Winter Circle on the northwest. So just everyone fighting towards everyone right now in the farm field is just an absolute massacre out here, Blitz. Tons of smokes for both teams here as the nades are coming out as well. Winter Circle holding strong as a 2-man over there.
Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite circles because it really just comes down to crazy rotation smoke play. And just fragging out here. Problems trying to go for the double kill. Misses out. Going to try to finish up with SKS. Finally gets on target and finishes up the Winter Circle EU. They're down to 3 teams. We're going to switch over to Quavo right now, who's fighting against Kidzo. Going to take him out in the open field. They have 2 members strong. Going to get this flush. Only 1 member left for Vigorous. It's Prodigy, and he's kind of wrapped behind the Crazy Mob. So I think he's going to try and let Crazy Mob fight here as the Crazy Mob takes out Quavo.
This turned crazy. Prodigy playing a huge factor here. He snuck behind Crazy Mob, who was rezzing, and threw a nade onto it. I don't know if you guys caught that on your kill feed, but Prod knocked and thirsted 2 of Crazy Mob. So now it's a 3v2v1 here. Crazy Mob kind of strung out on the north side here as a 2-man, trying to put as much pressure as they can down on the Seven Kings. They thought they were going to be able to get to 4 strong there, but Prod snuck off from the rest of his team, kind of as Vigorous was forced to split and kind of just do whatever they could to survive as they pushed down that wooded area down into the farm field here in Illusion, using the smokes to kind of peek the edge on here to Seven Kings, but some really good return fire there from Warhawk. Gonna open the door here a little bit more. He doesn't have any throwables, is important to note here, Blitz, but this is a very good spot to kind of keep them pinned in from.
Yeah, he's going to need to just kind of keep a line of fire into that door. I think Quavo just got out there, and they're going to potentially try to blow up this hay bale. It's just stuns. They might be out of throwables as well, or lethals, that is, excuse me. Not sure if he noticed that Quavo came out. Prodigy's keeping Crazy Mob on this zone, so he's going to watch this fight break out, and he's got the MK just looking on. Nice rotation from Problems here. I mean, from Crazy, excuse me.
Yeah, those smokes are a little bit thicker than it shows for us now. And Illusion takes down Warhawk, so now it's just one member stuck in the shack. Can the Crazy Mob take him down quickly enough? No, Linkadox with the Groza takes down one. Now Illusion takes him down. This is now when Prodigy needs to act. He's working his way through the farm field blitz. We got to get into his perspective.
Yeah, this is
the
perfect
timing going to be right
timing.
for Vigorous here? He doesn't know exactly where it is through the smokes. The blown up car. Where is the revive happening? It's got to happen quick here.
This is smart. He's going to play the hay bale Stento and just wait for the zone to come in. He's going to go max boost and maybe try to hide out here a little bit and catch them off guard. He's going to peek right and actually catch one of them, but it sprays a little off. He's going to take him out. Will he go for the first aid here? He's going to go for the flush. He has a little bit of time. No more lethals from problems. He doesn't have time to first aid here. He's going to try to peek right and left, try to catch him off guard, but a lot of damage came in, Stento. Looks like this is Crazy Mob's game to win. He's out of ammo. Only 3 shots left, and Crazy Mob comes down with the win in game 2.
Amazing plays there from Prod, and unfortunate no ammo in the MK might have been the kind of deciding factor there why he wasn't switching over to it a little earlier. But really good job from Crazy Mob to clean that up. That's 10 kills and the chicken dinner. Vigorous with it, a really strong round, 14 kills and a second place. And rounding out our top 3 is going to be the 7 Kings with 11 kills, Blitz.
Awesome game 2 there. Let's say hi to everybody after that match. And the Crazy Mob coming in hot. I mean, they had that compound to play with, but they had to leave, so it wasn't like Circle Love was in their favor. And it's great to see the Crazy Mob playing well, because obviously they're a top tier team, but sometimes in tournaments they'll kind of fall down. They can either be at the top or they could be in 8th place. I think they were in 7th or 8th out of NA, and they're showing that they can fight with the best of them. So they got to be stoked how they're playing coming in to the finals so far.
Yeah, just the zone, that farm field zone that looked like it was kind of going to be way south for a while and just pulled up twice, caught a ton of people off guard. We saw a lot of death happen in the Ferry Pier area, and then tapping on board with Vigorous there was such a treat. I thought they were going to kind of, for a second, I thought they were going to be able to get everyone down off that hill, but they lost a couple of members in transition there. And then, yeah, it was down to Prodigy to kind of push up and make a play. He wasn't able to get across the farm field. Maybe needed to kind of push on to that fight a little earlier. I'm not sure when he went, but ideally he would have left a little earlier and been able to interrupt the revive there and then just win a 1v1. But the timing was slightly off. Still did a really nice job to take one down and almost make it a clean 2v1. But Crazy Mob held strong. That was I didn't necessarily know how they were going to get out of their compound. It was zone was kind to them for a while. But that was still a tall task for them to get out of that compound, and the push just really worked out for them. So it was just big hats off to Crazy Mob. We do have a special treat for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. While we get this next lobby set up, we're gonna take a little bit. We're not gonna take a break. We're gonna show you something we haven't done before. We're lucky enough to have some player interviews with some of the teams and team members here. So Blitz is going to get that set up for you right now, and we've got a nice interview with Kinetic One's Rousey.
Yeah, let's get right into it. Again, this is first time we're doing this, so let's see, and hope you guys enjoy this interview, and shout out to Stento for getting these done. Let's get into it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the main gaming EU versus NA showdown. I'm lucky enough to be here with one of our players representing Kinetic One is Rousey, and we're going to jump right into one of our player interviews here today. So Rousey, how you doing today?
Yeah, what's up, everyone? I'm good, thanks. How are you, bro?
Yeah, everything's good here, man. It's just been such a treat to watch all of these teams and players like yourself really frag out. So I've just been really enjoying this and eating up the competition. But yeah, enough wasting time here. We'll jump right into our interview questions. Our first question that we got for you is where did your gaming career start? What games were you playing and why?
To be fair, my gaming career has been started from the very of my childhood. I was playing on Minecraft on my tablet or phone, like for a lot of time, and then I got when I turned 13 years old, I got a console, PlayStation, and I started playing FIFA.
Yes.
Because all my life, I was playing football, and I was planning to become a professional footballer, but as you can see, I become a professional PUBG console player. So,
I had similar dreams growing up, man. I played football all the way through university, so that's awesome to hear.
yeah, and then I started playing some other games such as Rocket League, Dead by Daylight, Battlefield, Call of Duty, GTA, like a lot of stuff. But
Yeah, awesome,
So we
awesome.
can.
Yeah, it's a really cool to see where your career kind of started there. My next question for you was, when did you pick up PUBG, and maybe more specifically, when did you jump into the competitive gameplay, and kind of how did you find your teammates?
Yeah, I started playing PUBG from the very beginning when it's only released on console.
Cool. So like 5, 6 years
I
now, huh?
Yeah, I saw, but I also saw some videos before it's released on console, and I was very excited about this game. I loved it from the very beginning, and I I bought it from the very start and was playing a lot of time on it. And the more specifically about when I joined comp scene, it's like I was in 2020 year. This game was much popular than nowadays.
Yeah.
But yeah. Uh, and it was a lot of some local tourneys in Russia, and I was playing some custom games, and then one of the best Russian teams at that moment asked me to play some big Russian tourney with them, and that's how my com career has begun.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And is that the people that you're playing with still on Genetic One, or some of them, or just all new players now?
It's all new players. I mean,
It's just kind of how it
I
goes,
meet
right?
them.
Some players come,
Yeah.
some go, some stay, and yeah, I understand.
Yeah, but anyway, I met them. I think we know each other like 2 or 3 years already, and I met them I think in 2021, and in some by some moment I decided to make a Russian team. I was playing for a lot of European teams. I had my own European team which called Viper, but in 2022 I decided to put a Russian team. I asked Styx, Groza, and Phoenix if they want to, and for this far, Kinetic One has already existed for I think almost for a year. We've been participating in a lot of events, and we got third and fifth place in leagues throughout the year. So
yeah, so you guys have been around for a year. For it's a good amount of time to be playing together, but compared to some of these other teams who've been almost for 5 years, so you guys probably still have a lot of room for improvement. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. We still have a lot of things where we should improve ourselves. Like, for example, atmosphere of a team. Sometimes someone can be in a bad mood, and it can, to be fair, destroy the whole atmosphere in a team in a match day, in a tournament day. So
yeah,
we're working on it right now, and hopefully we will get in a very good moral, not mentally condition.
Yeah,
to the
that's
finals, which is starting tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, most of these players know how to shoot, man. It's about keeping your cool. It's about having that good mentality. So I love to hear that from your squad. We'll jump right into our next question. I was just curious, maybe a little bit more of a fun one. What's your favorite PUBG memory that you had thus far?
My favorite PUBG memory is when I won my first trophy. It was in 2022. I won Core Championship Series as the first with Ace team. I was playing with QDex, with Styx, with Walshy.
Yeah, awesome.
And this my best memory moment, because as I already mentioned, it was my first trophy for the all time, which I was playing in comp, and I become a kill leader with QDex in the finals with 20 kills in 8 matches, and I did very well. Very good as a IGL and player in that final, so that's why it's my favorite PUBG memory.
Yeah, I understand. Wow, it's amazing story. Thank you for sharing. I was curious if what were your expectations for your team in the finals, or maybe some adjustments you guys were planning for this weekend.
My expectations, honestly, my minimum goal is to reach at least in top 5, top 4 for this finals. But of course, as a lot of others, I want to win this event. And honestly, I would be the most happiest person on the planet if I will win with this event.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one, man. Definitely got some of the best teams in the world in there. And yeah, you got to go into it with the expectations of you know, we can win this, because again, all these teams are so good, so it's, you got to go in there with the right mentality, right?
Yeah, of course. Like I believe if we were capable to do some great routes, but we will see. We will see.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for sharing. And another question or two before we do wrap things up here. I'm just curious, anything you'd like to see from Main Gaming moving forward with our next PUBG events?
To be fair, I would like to see some EU region leagues because someday from you guys, because as I've already seen, the quality of main gaming units is absolutely on incredible level. The organization structures, like all of this stuff, is on the highest level that I could ever see. To be fair, and so I would like to see some more leaks from you and maybe some 2 or 3 day events.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely,
kind of-
man. Thank you for the suggestions. We'll definitely make sure that we take them into consideration here. But before we wrap up, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see me pop up Ruzi's stats here, along with some of his teammates here, Kiss and Stikas. Kind of been leading the way for these guys. Just a quick question as we are looking at these stats right now. Who's the IGL for this T1 squad of yours?
Me.
That's you. So you're kind of
Yeah.
making all the shots, and who's typically out of your squad kind of the main fragger who's looking for the most kills and stuff? Is that kind of you as
As you
well?
can see on stats, it's top fragger is me.
Yes,
but,
it is.
the
39, 37,
guy-
35. I see you. I see you.
But the guy who really wants to do kills every time is Black Rosa. And sometimes because he wants to do it every time, he can die for it. And that's sometimes it's our problem.
Yeah, that's
So-
that's kind of the double-edged sword. Having someone like Black Groza who's such a great player and looks for those kills is important, but you really do need to kind of weigh it with making sure you stay alive and keep your team for strong. So I love taking a quick look at that stats. And before we do sign off here, guys, I'm gonna pop up another thing on our screen here. This is Ruzi's Twitch. Anything you want to say to the fans out there, Ruzi, before we close out this interview?
Watch finals, which are started tomorrow in live. Support me, my team, or any other team if you like. Any other team which you like. Every player which you like. And as for me, I will do everything to make to reach the greatest result and to try to win this event. And as already Stanto mentioned, follow me please on my Twitch, which is called Rousey. So yeah.
Absolutely amazing interview, Rousey. You guys can see it. Rouzzie Rousey right on the middle of your screen there. 303 followers. Please take some time, go follow him on Twitch, and we'll see you on the battlefield, man. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, our scoreboard has been updated for the first 2 matches of the day. Crazy Mob out to a nice start, 33 points in first place. The 7 Kings in second place with 28. Vigorous third with 23. Team Toxic, that's going to be Toxic NA with 19. Results may vary, 14. And that's a lot more to talk about here, but just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an idea of what's going on at the top of the leaderboard right now. We'll maybe go into a couple of stats here, Blitz, and show you guys who has been fragging out so hard throughout the beginning of the event. The first thing we have for you guys is a kill leader stat.
Sure, let's head on over. We got kills loading up. We got Problems Crazy in first with 8 kills. Quavo in second with 6 kills. Tactical, so 2 for the 7 Kings with also has 6 kills. Crazy Mob Bliv in fifth. And then another member of 7 Kings. So dominated by 2 teams right now, but makes sense. We're only 2 games in to the finals so far. And again, thank you guys for tuning in. This is just day 1 of 4 of the finals. We have damage showdown now. So some other teams showing that they're getting some damage right now. RMV in first deco with 1,069. Great number there. Keebs for Code Red. Vigorous. Kidzo, which makes sense, putting down a lot of damage. Aaron for Code Red as well. And Warhawk. So Code Red just not able to kind of come down with all those kills yet, but they're definitely putting down the damage. And then today's winners we have so far, again, is Team Toxic for game 1 and Crazy Mob for game 2. And we also have a couple head-to-heads. I want to see if this loaded. Do we have a current MVP? Again, we're early on into the battlegrounds, but right now this is going to be Problems Crazy with a 99 rating for staying alive. You know, obviously it's probably heavily weighted because he survived 1 out of 2 games so far, which is great for him. And then we also have some teams to look out for as we get into the next round. I just kind of want to share this with you, stuff, you know, some cool things that we look at watching the tournament so far. These were 2 of our top teams for EU battling it out: Kinetic 7 and Winner Circle. Again, there's Winner Circle for NA and EU. This is the EU portion of this event. You guys can see their total kills. Kinetic was the only team in EU to eclipse 200 total kills. Winner Circle right behind them at 177. Similar damage and placement and average points. Kinetic was just a little bit higher on all those categories. And then as we head over to NA, you can see that both of these teams, top 2 teams for NA, were able to eclipse over 200 kills. 7 Kings right now, definitely kind of the number 1 rated team going into this event via the qualifiers. Total damage over 40,000 for each team's. 7 Kings with a slight lead, very close on the average placement, and then 2 points ahead for the 7 Kings. 13 average points, Stento, each game is pretty incredible to get that on average so many times in a row. And then also, in case you guys are new to the tournament scene, we just have a little bit of information for you guys. I saw some questions in chat, so I wanted to kind of build this out for people that were curious about the point system. So 10 points for first place, and then there's a drop down for second, which is 6 points, and then kind of scales down from there, and then 1 kill equals 1 point. And then here's the current schedule for this weekend and next weekend. We will be playing. We're going to be finishing this off on July 2nd next Sunday, and we'll be live here each and every day of the weekend, so you can see on the screen, at 3 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. GMT. And the map rotation, we've added 1 more game for the final, so we are currently playing 6 matches, 4 on Erangel and 2 on Miramar packed in here. And Stento, we're actually getting ready to land onto our first Miramar, the Dusty Desert, as Stento likes to call it, for game 3.
Yeah, amazing job with all the stats there, Blitz. And guy, you know me so well. I love the Dusty Desert of Miramar. Brings some fun times and some crazy fights, and truly tests these teams' durability, their flexibility, their versatility. I could go on and on, but this ain't about me. You know, I could rhyme all day here. But before we do jump in, Blitz, what's the team you're looking out here? We've got TXC with a win so far, and the Crazy Mob with a win. For whoever who is just joining us here, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you back to the main gaming NA versus EU showdown. We're going into match 3 of day 1 here. We're going to have a total of 6 matches here today. So give me a name, Blitz. Who are you looking at today?
Well, I brought the scoreboard really quick, and my first name goes to Affinity because, as we know, they've won some big tournaments before. They are easily a number 1 team, and they've had kind of a slow start. I mean, they're still currently ranked in 6th place, but we haven't seen them making too many waves yet. They only have 8 kills so far, which is still great in 2 games, but I kind of want to see them step up. Any teams kind of coming out for you?
It's been a very, very quiet start for Kinetic 7 EU, man. I can't imagine it stays that way. There's no shot they're going to let their NA counterparts kind of make all the noise here. I expect big things from Kiza and Qdex on Miramar here. That's going to be my prediction. They're going to go back-to-back on Miramar. I'm going bold.
Very nice. And just to point out, yeah, we're only 2 games in. We have 24 games to play, but right now, 5 of the 6 top teams are from NA. I think results may vary. That is the EU counterpart sneaking into 5th place. And we have some teams dropping onto the Dusty Desert, and we'll track this. Again, Miramar's kind of our shake-up map in the middle. There's only 2 matches on here, so it might be a little harder for these teams to track where everybody's going, but it usually is a great shake-up, and honestly, lately, Miramar has provided so many great games throughout these qualifier events. So I'm very curious to see where people are landing. Los Leones was getting pretty hot as of recently. 3 teams were often landing there at the end of qualifiers in some of the regions. Play there. Vigorous going for Hacienda. Winner Circle EU, one of our top EU teams, going for Picado. Seven Kings going for San Martin. Just kind of pointing out the top teams to you guys right now.
Yeah, and this is our first match on Miramar in the finals. So most of these teams have not faced off versus one another in Miramar. So as we said on our angle, is going to be a little bit of a figuring out period here. We might see some teams confused where to drop. We might see some teams pulling off. And looks like a couple teams in the Los Leones area. T1 kind of skating by them on the west side. So they're going to get out of there. First circle has popped. Blitz centered up onto San Martin, where the Seven Kings have landed right now. Code Red Gaming looks like they're going to be taking Power Grid. Just want to call out a couple of the drops here, so we're kind of getting used to them. Winner Circle EU have taken Picado. Vigorous with their patented Hacienda split. P9 are going to be just to the west side of them with a little split of their own. And those are going to be the main teams that are kind of centered up in this first phase.
Yeah, it looks like some teams got a little discombobulated here outside of Los Leones, and Fernex is actually still landing. TXC, I think, almost took a couple shots from Winter Circle NA. Los Leones, it's just a tough spot to rotate around here, especially in this TXC team. This was an old dub hub drop where they kind of take the caverns underneath here. Just a big rotation around Los Leones, which I'm not a fan of, but some teams obviously like that. Something I want to point out is that CK, who has also kind of struggled in the two matches today so far, landed at Minas and Torch, which is one of the top teams from EU, is right across. So we could see some early fighting because oftentimes there's not many vehicles that spawn in this area. And I noticed as you were talking that Vigorous actually stole one that landed up here and then drove it down. So they're already missing one of the vehicles that spawns here. Obviously, there's a lot of spawn locations down this road, but you know, I'm only seeing this Murado as of right now, which could kind of hurt Torch, but they also might move into Graveyard, and I think they're going to do that now. They'll probably move into Graveyard. They might even leapfrog across the way here below Hacienda. I could even see them kind of coming up towards Code Red and pushing early that way, potentially taking a team off guard. It looks like they already have a vehicle, so they have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of teams are comfortable in zone. Several other teams just kind of on the south side here need to rotate and stuff. So might be a little bit of an early game lull here, but we're on board with Torch. They haven't had too strong of a start. We're used to expecting top of the leaderboard from these guys, but it's tough for us to remember that we officially have the top teams in both EU and NA. Literally. Oh, Kayomi takes himself out. Is this going to be a resible situation?
Where is Kayomi? He's back on the hill. Fell down.
Okay, so I have a beef with this. I have a bone to pick with this. If you try to jump off of a mountain like this and your back is too close to the wall when you're falling, you do not have the option to pull your parachute. So it's not like the parachute prompts immediately when you take off or when your feet leave the ground. So he look at, as you can see, the slant.
Yeah,
he probably tried to jump off that and pull his parachute, and it never prompted him, is what I think happened. Maybe a little bit of a slide down the rock face here. Torch are gonna regroup here, but that's sketchy. That is on. That can seem like nothing, Blitz, but now in another fight, if Kayomi gets knocked, he's second bleed, and that's going to be a much more urgent situation. So it is unfortunate, honestly.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, it's kind of funny in the moment, right? But later on, that could really come back to hurt them a little bit. P90 just dropped outside of.
If you'd had an M4 or an M249, you lucked out there. Heavy stock in the crate.
Yeah, I just want to kind of throw back here again. We're in game 3. In game 2, we did some comms. We hopped in on Vigorous's comms. That was one of the first times, Sento, that I heard a team call out all the crate weapons that the team had. They spotted that there was a P90, an MK, level 3 gear on which players. That was, I don't think I've ever heard people actually call out level 3 gear on certain players in the comms like that. So just really interesting. And we've been, really enjoying that. I know people have also been enjoying the listening. So we'll make sure to continue that when the times are right. But that's just been a great feature so far. And actually, shout out to Stento. I mean, that was his idea to do this way back when during our weekly events. So it's really caught on and a great feature that we've been doing here.
Zoom out a little bit on the map, Blitz. We're seeing a lot of teams on the south side still here. Other teams are currently just going to be trading shots in the center zone. You can see those tracer lines kind of skating across the center of your map. People just kind of long range shooting each other. It looks like a couple of teams are interested in this package here. Blitz deep. P90 has already been picked up by Code Red Gaming here. Cocky.
Yeah, I'm surprised Cocky would lead with the P90. Just limited ammo. I mean, I try not to shoot that thing at all, but maybe he's not interested in keeping it for that long.
I'm the same way. It's unfortunate that that's the main thing you need to worry about with that gun, because it's so fun to use. It's so powerful, but like it's kind of like the reason that feel like they try to balance it out with ammo, and I feel like ammo should never be a limiting factor on a gun, you know. So personally that bugs the crap out of me, but it is what it is. So I'm with you there. I was surprised to see him just kind of spraying it out. I would use that only for, you know, my engagements, not really a gun you can be affording to spray at cars or spray at stuff long range.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with you as well. I mean, it stinks when you get the ARM or the P90 and you want to think about, you have to think about how much you're shooting when you just want to use those guns. Stento and I keep talking about this. When you do these really big rotations, I mean, look at these teams. They're doing an insane rotation just to avoid church, and now they're running into each other. This is such a competitive problem. It's like first world problems, but this is you know, competitive problems of the deep rotation. And this is actually causing, I think, TXC to potentially think about going back the way they came. And it's actually open if they just go back that way, but obviously they don't know that. They can't look at all the information.
Let's go. I didn't see what happened here, but I'm curious to tap into our interviews perspective here and see what Rousey's up to.
Oh yeah, let's take a look. So what happened is one of the members of TXC got caught by T1 here, and we'll catch Rousey. He's coming in late with the Bronco. So yeah, one of the members of TXC got dropped right here, and TXC backed up and is now going back up to the north.
Well, they've got quite a long rotation here, but I'm not seeing anything too immediate breaking out here. I've mentioned it a couple of times already. This center zone is getting quite packed. A lot of teams in the San Martin, Hacienda, Power Grid area, but there's space in between people. They've got their own hard cover. We're seeing a couple 2-2 splits here and there between Torch, Code Red Gaming, Vigorous also have a 2-2 split. People have kind of totally neglected the north side of the zone. Nobody's expecting a northern shift, so if it does pull up towards La Cobra area, Crater Fields area, we're going to see a lot of teams kind of struggle for a quick rotation into that area. Only other thing I wanted to point out on the map there, Blitz, was K7 for EU. All the way in Cruz de Val right now, they're probably going to start their rotation along the north. So if it does shift north, K7 is going to be sitting pretty. That was my team to watch for the evening.
Yeah, we got to hop out on them. I just wanted to quickly check out what AFI is doing here. They're trying to rotate around, and now they're kind of in between Toxic EU and Team 19 across the way. Shots are coming in, and Huerta trying to rotate around in the motorcycle. AFI's made a kind of an awkward stop here. It looks like AFI has actually kind of had trouble rotating Stento. Something I want to bring up is AFI, in a lot of their runs to be a top team, I think in one of the tournaments they won that we were kind of casting together, they played the outside really heavy. And this might be really difficult in a tournament where it's the top teams from NAEU, because not throwing shade at any particular team, but when you do a tournament just in NA and or EU separate, you know, the bottom part of the list might have some weaker teams, but in here, almost every team is really strong. So you might not be able to get away with those edge rotations as easily, because every team is really capable of just fragging out at a higher level. Something to think about here, that center might just be a little better in these situations. We'll see.
Phase 2 has popped, and these teams are going to be okay for now. It kind of centered onto Power Grid. And this area is going to slowly start to fill in. There's a ton of teams still on the southeast side of Picado that need to move this way, but right now AFI are going to be kind of comfortable here. It looks like Winter Circle, KO on the southwest side of zone starting to look this way and trade some shots, but we're hopping on board with AFI in what is a pretty big rotation for them here. They haven't had too strong of a start, but they're going to definitely be looking to add some points here from this Miramar right now. Hobie leading the way into this compound down here, so doing a good job of just moving into stuff that they're scouting, taking as much as they can and not biting off more than they can chew here. We've seen a couple teams early on today kind of full send areas, not really scouting, and their scouts kind of or their lead player, I should say, kind of paying for that. But right now, AFI taking a little bit of care with their rotation. And yeah, you guys can see it. Teams are kind of spread out right now. Nothing too imminent breaking out here. It's only a couple of teams that are outside of zone and Picado that I'm kind of keeping my eye on, RMV and Winter Circle NA. But right now might be a little bit of the waiting game.
Yeah, I'm going to hop in with RMV because it looks like they might run into who is right next to them here. That is Winter Circle NA. And then also T1 on this side has to make it in somewhere. So got to keep track with what they're going to do. They might run into Toxic. RMV quickly making it across. Wide they can. Winter Circle going kind of slow here. Interesting, Stento. So many teams. This does feel like a more of an EU zone, the way that people are playing so close together. Take a look at this. We're going to have to zoom out here. We're going to have a lot of teams close together. TXC pulling up right below Winter Circle EU. And T1 is right behind them. This all of Winter Circle EU.
Oh my gosh, we
gotta
get onto the battlefield here.
Kiss.
Rousey gets taken down by Onyx, and Kempi is there to actually take down the member. So it's a three-teamed fight here right now, and Invernix is trying to play this careful because he doesn't know exactly the angles he's dealing with from two different teams. The most imminent threat has been taken down right now, but he does have to deal with Onyx as well. As you can see, TXC getting picked apart by the third parties in the kill feed now, and T1 gonna do all they can to get their IGL up here. Rousey's got a little bit of cover right now in the two members, Kiss and Stikas and Invernix are pushing up right now to help. So they're gonna go for this res right now. Blue Zone nade is out, and Invernix holding off that final member of TXC. That's going to be Onyx going down. It was actually Stikas that picked up the kill. His teammate that was kind of anchoring and watching over his head. But a good hold there from Tenetic 1, getting Rousey out of their IGL back up here, picking up 2 kills.
Yeah, that was actually huge for them to get TXC out of there because there's too many teams in this spot, but T1 still has a really tough rotation with Winter Circle EU watching over. We're going to get ready for the circle to shift. K7, as Sento mentioned earlier, getting ready to rotate kind of out of El Pozo there. And Circle's going to make a big shift back to the west. So T1's actually in here, Sento. They actually have time to think about what they're going to do, which is going to be huge to help them.
Attention to the San Martin area. We'll see some teams kind of fighting and working their way through a difficult rotation. I'm curious to get into Vigorous's perspective. You can see them on purple on the back side there. Noxy and Stiffy got a really, really interesting rotation from here. Looks like they've already picked up 1 kill. I love watching teams that just get totally screwed by the circle and work their way in. Like, they have a whole city in front of them. Are they going to go all the way around? Are they going to work their way through on foot? We have to just sit here and watch. Vigorous with a very strong round 2. One of our top teams here on console, beginning to start to flex out a little bit for the NA side here, and just barely missing out on the chicken dinner in game 2 here. So we'll see what they can do on the first Miramar of the tournament here. K7 picking up a kill elsewhere there, and right now Prodigy has spotted phase 9. He's gonna thirst out Wag, lay down a couple more shots here, and it was actually Kiddo that picked up those kills. So Vigorous continuing to put points on the board.
Yeah, that was a quick just little win for them, and Noxy's actually below. I don't know if he's going to be able to get P9, the last couple of members here, any shots onto them. Are they missing a vehicle? Did they leave without one there? Because this could be really bad for them. Noxy going to start off with a couple shots. Nothing hits, though. This compound is not in zone. They're pretty far out.
Yeah, P9. It doesn't look like Vigorous is really concerned with zone right now. I think they're trying to play onto these kills. However, the car is showing up. Noxy's going to get into one of his own, and they're going to start this rotation. It looks like no one's really in San Martin. However, there is the 7 Kings just on the edge.
We just tapped into Winter Circle versus RMV. 2 members down for Winter Circle. We caught in a little late, but there's still some good fighting going on right now. It's just Bueno up, actually, for RMV. They're trying to push over the hill. He's got a good rotation with the smoke. They lost track of him, but all 3 members are going to go over the hill, Stento, and that's going to do it. We're going to quickly hop over to CK because they're losing some members. They're struggling a little bit here to start off the tournament. Multiple members down and in the smoke. We'll catch on to Pixel, who's trying to come from behind and maybe make something happen. Turbot's also up as well, getting the revive onto Ranger Jr. as nades come in from the power grid.
Yeah, a couple of P90s on the battlefield I noticed from different teams here. And CK in a really rough spot. We didn't catch how they got into this location right now, but currently in the sight lines of a couple teams way to the west, and it looked like Core was the one that actually picked up that kill, starting to throw nades from inside of Power Grid onto them. You can see all the different angles kind of spraying at each other on the north east side of Power Grid right now. Kills being picked up onto Torch right now. Both Seven Kings and Code Red Gaming adding to their score, and CK trying to find one of those final members.
Yeah, a little spectate bug there. He was shooting through the ground on our screen. Obviously, spectating is not perfect here on console, just so people wondering what they saw there. Also, we see CK going for these shots on Torch Stento. I saw T1 moving up on RMV, so I'm kind of keeping a little eye on there. I don't want to keep spamming the map, but I also I don't like to miss out on these big fights. But there is something brewing on this side between CK, Winner Circle, and Torch getting stuck on this angle. I'm going to hop over to Winner Circle right here because they're slightly out of the zone. They're watching RMV. Torch is to their right. This is kind of a great team to watch right now. Let me know if you see anything interesting, Stento. We could switch over, but I'm going to hold here for now. So much is popping off. We still have 15 teams remaining. We're getting closer and closer to 20-minute mark. 17 and a half minutes in right now.
We keep just centering on Power Grid and slightly to the north of Power Grid right now. In T1, we're full sending this compound here. If you do want to take a look at your map, one member is down. I'm not sure what's going on here. I just snapped over, but they're actually going to have some real estate here, so no one's really on that side. RMV still playing these dips here. Winner Circle still need to find their way off this edge. They just kind of found their way into zone here, and Tony actually picked up a knock onto Seven Kings here.
I don't know if they know that Torch is right here. Maybe he's figuring it out right now because he sees this vehicle drop. He's switched to the AUG, looking overhead. He's got to watch out for CK. Torch is right below him, Stento. He doesn't see.
Idea. Luca catches him super off guard, instantly thirsts, and he actually has Kayomi there too. So now Winner Circle, just two members here. A couple of two-mans now going to start to trade out some grenades. See if that lands.
It looks good, though. Check. I think dropped the nade on himself potentially here, Stento. Did he drop that nade or was it a different throwable? It was a nade. Only takes him down to 50% health. Torch is going to have a hard time trying to push this though because they'll get crossfired up the hill. Winner Circle still in zone. This could be a good time for Torch to try to move into zone. Now they're kind of fighting with RMV, so they can't really move. Looks like AFI just, or Crazy Mob just eliminated. Our winners of game 2 just eliminated from this match. Let's take a look at the circle so we can kind of get antiquated with what's going on here.
Yeah, might want to tap into Vigorous perspective. They're kind of spread right now on the north side here. We saw a very strong game from them in match 2, and they're getting really close to the Winner Circle here. We are watching from the west side, the northwest here, Toxic EU. 3 strong here, no points on the board for this round. They just did get a very nice circle, however. And these teams are slowly going to get pulled into and then out of Power Grid. And this is just one of those zones, Blitz. It's not really going to be easy for anyone as you kind of have to work your way through these kind of rolling hills.
Yeah, this circle is like a donut bloodbath. A donut with some jelly-filled blood bath. Excuse me, but kidding around there. But everyone outside of Power Grid dies, and the people inside Power Grid kind of just sit there cozy until they have to leave, if they have to leave. So I think that's what we're going to see happen here. But it is shifting off Power Grid a little bit, but you can see most of the teams just kind of in a circle around this zone, which just tends to happen with this circle.
Yeah, right now, I think Code Red Gaming is kind of sitting most comfortably. You're going to see Winner Circle NA go out in 13th place to that 2-man for a Torch, holding strong. And now it's kind of popping off on that east side of the map. Trades are going out between CK, Torch, and the 7 Kings. I think there's like a knock literally on all of those squads right now. They're going to try to get the reses off. And quietly picked up 5 kills is Code Red Gaming here, led by Cocky's 4. Unfortunately, Aaron just got knocked and thirsted by one of those T1 members on the south side. And again, as Blitz said, the kill feed just starting to pop off at this point. All sorts of different colors up there. QDex out in 12th place. That's Kinetic 7, my team to watch. Unfortunately, not as much of my prediction self here, Blitz, today.
Yeah, and I'm having a hard time picking between if we're going to watch Code Red and Vigorous, as you mentioned before, is actually about to run into 7 Kings. So I feel like we got to see what happens here. But Code Red's also a team to look out for. We also potentially could hop in on their comms at some point if something opportunity presents itself. You could see 7 Kings getting very close. They start off with a nade on Stiffy, who's already pretty weak. Prodigy kind of panicking a little bit to get back because he's also got people behind him. Risky shots, but he might be able to get Karm rotating across the street. He's got to turn around, though. They're getting very close. Kidzo probably giving out some comms here and trying to hold them back. It's just him and Prodigy left for Vig.
Yeah, the 7 Kings are overflowing that street ridge. Prodigy's gonna have little to no cover soon, and it's not just gonna be one player. It's gonna be all of them overflowing this ridge here in just a second. He's gonna need to get a knock if he's gonna have a chance. There's the high side. It's actually a third party from the back side, so the non-knock on Karm, who was running around the north, actually comes back to bite him there. Tactical steals the kill really quickly for the 7 King. Kidzo, an interesting little northern flank here. He's gonna give that whole street ridge low side to the 7 Kings here and kind of push into a little bit of a dip back closer towards power grid a little bit. So he's going to be safe here for a little bit now. And we're starting to see Rousey and Kinetic 1 push into aggressively onto Code Red Gaming inside of power grid. Can we please get over there? Yep. Already a knock onto Ollie, and Kinetic 1 is already outside here. Blitz there you go. Nade's coming out. A great peek from Cocky there. Unfortunate nade is going to take down 2 members of T1.
From
well-timed beam from Cocky, and Keeps is there with a P90, and now T1 instantly chopped in half. Reconsidering this push onto Code Red Gaming, who have already stacked 7 kills now, led by Cocky here with a really nice kill with an interesting peek through the doorway in there.
Yeah, this is big for Code Red right now to pick up some points. T1's still there. RMV just rotated out of the power grid. You can see if we kind of pull up the mini map a little bit, RMV's just to the side there. 7 Kings and Code Red, the only 2 teams really holding the circle with any position. You have the solo of Karm up top there. T1 also has to decide how they're going to play this out of the zone. Since there's a little bit of a pause, I say we kind of head over back to the 7 Kings. They're trying to shoot RMV and stop them from getting into the zone. We're tapping into Linkadox's perspective again on the outside of circle. Getting the revive on tacticals. Warhawk sees Deco trying to make it in an RMV.
RMV really don't have any choice. It's either kind of wrap up towards power grid or force this push onto the 7 Kings. So clearly they've chosen to push down this way to the 7 Kings, and some big shots coming out here from SK, but they don't get a knock. It's actually Tacticals who does end up peeking over the top there with the 4X on the barrel to take down Ben Ems.
Nice nade on the Tacticals there. Doesn't take him down though. An old frag would have definitely done it, but in the new state of PUBG, he survives. Quavo's got a big kind of role here on the flank to the left, but they're playing smart. They're not over pushing here, and they're not allowing themselves to get third partied, which is pretty smart.
Yeah, 7 Kings doing a really good job of keeping 4 strong here. They have decent zones, so it's all about making sure you don't get third partied while gatekeeping RMV right now. They seem to be managing pretty well with their smokes and with the ridges here. And the high side from power grid, you can see starting to rain down fire onto RMV, making it kind of difficult. RMV is going to consider pushing a little bit back up the hill. There might be some dips for them to kind of work with that kind of keep them out of the line of sight from Linkadox and the 7 Kings here and Code Red Gaming, but that's not going to work for long. Linkadox strapping the red dot onto the barrel, and he's going to make this a little bit more uncomfortable for RMV. Doesn't have any throwables, but he's going to sneak onto here, and Molly already in front of him, so maybe they kind of are aware that they're not wasting any time with this push. And RMV honestly doing a really good job to get a 3-man into this dip here, but the push from the 7 Kings is more and more imminent here. You can see the flanks and the angles coming out from these boys. Warhawk with a nice little flank here. He's got the 4X onto the barrel. Doesn't connect with anything there. Now some damage going down. It's only a matter of time from the rest of the 7 Kings show up here and really start to play a factor, but it's the top side Code Red Gaming has takedown Linkadox here, really halting this push here. Quavo and Link now kind of forced to regroup here as the rest tacticals and the rest of the team kind of watch over here, Blitz, to make sure that no one pushes through the smoke or anything. Code Red Gaming getting a little bit, I'm not going to say impatient, but aggressive here over the top. They've heard the fight.
They lost zone,
Yeah,
Stento,
great
so
move.
this is a really good move to come from the backside. Warhawk and, excuse me, their 7 Kings and RMV are kind of whittling each other down, so this is perfect time for Code Red to get involved in this.
It is great timing, but 7 Kings back up to 4 strong here. So it is a damaged RMV team now, just 1 up, and actually third parties again
That's
are going to
Keebs
take
there.
down one of the 7 Kings here. And now all eyes on 7 Kings. Blitz, Code Red Gaming with a really well-timed push here, and it's only 2 of them up on that other side here. Cocky needs to join up with Keebs and Ollie here. They need to make this a team push. The 7 Kings is not a team you can take lightly here.
Yeah, and Cocky's actually holding back against the kind of reverse flank from T1, which might be good, but you're like you said, you need everything you can get. But actually, Toxic EU's helping out. They're helping out take out the 7 Kings.
Toxic EU has now kind of run along that street side ridge, led by Fold here with a big 5 kills. He's looking for the final member here. He doesn't know exactly where that final member is for 7 Kings. Linkadox has went. He is wrapping that street side. He must have got some comms from his teammate there. Now just the fake car for cover for Linkadox here, and 3 members of Toxic EU, but Link with some nice spray takes down 1. Things just got a little bit more interesting on the north side of zone here. Linkadox is someone you obviously need to respect. His helmet is a little bit damaged. The ammo's running low, but he's not afraid to spray through this. He's going to get aggressive onto this, but Full peeking over the top just in time to kind of catch Link sneaking into that underside. There's some good trades coming up from both of these squads here. The res is coming off in the meantime, so Toxic EU gonna get back to 3 strong here as they try to deal with this final member. Linkadox needs to play a little bit aggressive here. He's going to be dealing with more members than 1 very soon. The numbers are going to be in the favor here in the long run. They're Full picking up another kill for Toxic EU. And on the south side here, Code Red Gaming starting to battle versus Kinetic 1, who have showed incredible resilience here to kind of stay up there. Invernix takes down 1 member and gets cleaned up by Cocky. And now we might need to snap back to the other side. Toxic EU trading out with Keebs. So they're once again going to be able to get a res off here and get back to 3 strong, and they're down to our final 2 teams here. Blitz, it's going to be a 3 versus 2, because there's no way Code Red Gaming is going to be able to get Keebs up here.
Yeah, great point. What happened is, as Code Red was finishing off the last member of T1, Keebs got a little impatient, but it was probably a smart move to kind of take this hill. They didn't want to lose this, and he had the P90, which is great for that up-close fighting, but he did go down because he didn't have any follow-up teammates for that trade. So as you mentioned, it's 3v2 here. Code Red's kind of on fire. They've been fighting pretty well over the past couple of minutes here. They have 11 total kills. Cocky with 7 of them. All he needs to get it started, but Cocky is the point person right now to fight, but he's actually backing up a little bit. They have good armor right now. 3 helmet and a 3 vest, just no throwables here to really make this any easier. Ollie going down, which is a big loss for Cocky here. 1v3. We're going to stick in his perspective and see what he can do. The no throwable Stento really kind of removes his options here to kind of smoke and make a good flank. He knows he's going to get pushed from every direction. They're playing really smart there, and Toxic EU is going to come down with the win for game 3 with 12 kills of their own, Stento, and they made that decisive move by pushing, what was it, 7 Kings on the north side there at the right time, come down in first place. Code Red in second with 11 kills, and then T1 in third place with 4 total kills. Again, that was the end of game number 3. What's up, everybody? Hope you guys enjoyed that. A lot of words per minute there. A lot of action, non-stop action. Need some extra water here. Hopefully you guys are finding this very entertaining. Stento and I have been enjoying the whole show. Anything kind of stick out to you? Big moves from Code Red there, or from Toxic EU, how they kind of stayed in and were able to flank around and come in the first and second place?
Yeah, they caught me off guard. They were on the northwest side of zone for a long time and kind of laid dormant, and just picked the right time to kind of walk along that ridge on the street there. Third party, the 7 Kings. It took a little bit, but the kills started to stack for them really quickly. They got up to, I think, 12 kills. They're led by Full with 8, so a big individual showing for him. And Gosh, that was just one of those zones where the fighting is taking place everywhere because center zone is not some ideal place where certain people can hang out. It's not a city. It was really just wide open. So lots of fighting happening simultaneously as teams are pushing in on the edge. So it was tough for us to keep track of everything there. I think we did a decent job, honestly. So shout out to Blitz for the camera work there. We're doing our best, and we appreciate everyone bearing with us. And yeah, that was only halfway through match 3 of the evening. We're heading right back to Miramar. So we'll be back after a short break. We'll get that lobby set up, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, our map rotation for the day. But we'll catch you guys in just a few moments.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 4 of the first day of finals for the NA versus EU Showdown. We are hopping back onto Miramar, and then after this match, we have another interview for you guys, so stick around. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying all the entertainment. A lot of great stuff to come. Here is the plane path for Game 4, going from the island all the way to Monte Nuevo. Again, I am Blitz5 here. We're currently hosting this event brought to you by Main Gaming on my channel, Blitz5 and Friends. And here with me is my friend, co-caster, and founder of Main Gaming, Mr. Stento.
Yeah, excited to be here, Blitz. As always, as we jump into match 4, you guys can see the plane path starting from the islands on the east side of the map, heading right to Monte Nuevo, so a rather horizontal plane path here. And not much of the northern parts of the map with the likes of Torre Ahumada and Campo Militar aren't really going to see much action today. On this 4th in I'm not gonna say final, but our final match on Miramar today, we'll be heading back to Erangel for match 5 and 6. But a lot of these teams still feeling out what exactly is going on Miramar. They haven't played many games versus each other on this map, just the second one right now. And I think we need to pay close attention to this drop here, Blitz, because it's going to limit a lot of access to the map. We might see some hot drops.
Yeah, good point. And we keep seeing that kind of around the Los Leones area and Minas area, so we'll keep track of that. Also, remember, ladies and gentlemen, that the circle in esports has to touch the plane path. So, but with this being so center, it really could go anywhere north or south, kind of left to right here, especially west to east. It could really go anywhere on that flight path. So we haven't seen too many crazy zones. We were talking about it in qualifying that I'm convinced, conspiracy theory, that they've changed the zones a little bit, because I never see any city finishes anymore. Haven't seen any kind of crazy ones like the island. So we're still hoping for that. Haven't seen that yet in 60 games of qualifying. So we'll see what we get now. Islands barely in there. Most likely will not be heading that way, but Los Leones, there is a potential for the zone to go that way. And a lot of teams, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams kind of in Los Leones and greater Los Leones metro area. And then we see Torch and CK dropping right next to each other again at Minas.
Yeah, keep a close eye on K7. They've been way too quiet in the dead center zone here. They've got that patented split there. They're all kind of separated from one another. We'll see them kind of confine into two of the best compounds probably in center zone here rather quickly. Perhaps Heaven in one of those other compounds we see there with the bowls around them. But there's a lot of good areas. And compounds up for grabs right now. This circle's one we see a lot. And gosh, it's just one of those ones where you really do want to try to get centered up early and just really hope that the circle pulls in your favor.
Yeah, this is a spot that a lot of times K7 in America would often take these two zones. This one right here, 2-2 split, and then the one across the way. This is a great 2-2 split opportunity, and then send the team over when you decided that you want to pick one over the other depending on where circle is. It's kind of hard to crash these well, I wouldn't say hard to crash, but when a team is crashing you because the visibility is so good. So great compound split. And honestly, I love this drop in Miramar, the split drop, and to hold this area. Nobody really likes to drop over here in the comp scene, so it's usually pretty open. Just a great overall spot. Teams looting up quick here. Because we have a little bit of a lull, I kind of want to remind everybody, Stento, that we just had an update in PUBG for PUBG console last Thursday. And with this update, we have some new features in esports, which you might have seen if you've been watching over the past 3 matches. Blue zones are now here. We see a lot of people using them so far. Not so successful, but they are being thrown. Then we also have Panzerfaust, which haven't really been used a lot. We did see a really nice kill at the end of qualifying. And then we also have mortars, which we only saw used a few times so far as well. And then recently, over the past 6 months, we've seen the shields added in, the emergency pickups added in, and not a ton of lifts so far in the first 3 games of the finals.
Well, it's important to note that along with that update, Blitz, they significantly reduced the frequency of the spawns.
Oh, good point.
Those.
Good point.
So
That's right. Good point.
We're going to see a lot less than in the regular season just because of the pure reduction in spawn rate. But I'm going to do a quick refresh on my leaderboard here, Blitz. It's a good time for us to go check. We have 3 matches updated, so maybe we show exactly everyone where we're standing with the current status halfway through the day so far.
We do have an update on that? Okay, let's head over to the scoreboard and take a look. So right now we are looking at 7 Kings in first place with 40 total points, 28 kills. The Crazy Mob in second place with 33 points and 17 kills. Tied for kills with Vigorous in third place with 26 total points. RMV in fourth, Code Red Gaming in fifth, Toxic EU in sixth. Their counterpart in NA, Toxic in seventh, and Tenetic 1 in eighth there. And rounding out the left side of the screen is Affinity in ninth place. Again, we have 17 teams, 9 from NA and 8 from EU here. And just to show you guys,
one thing that stands out for me,
ahead.
Blitz. Sorry, I just the kills. If you look at kills right now, 7 Kings out to a really nice start so far. 28 kills through 3 matches, almost averaging 10 a match. So, again, these guys were one of our NA teams to keep an eye on. We had 4 teams to keep an eye on going into the day, and these guys have really got it going. Their EU counterpart, K7 EU, down there in 15th with only 8. They are centered up really nicely here, though, Blitz.
Yeah, definitely expecting them to make a comeback at some point. Again, this is just day 1. And then just to show you guys, here are our winners so far. Toxic, Crazy Mob, and then Toxic EU. So Toxic kind of representing here. And we're starting to see some major movement in the center of the map. Abnormal took this compound as K7 rotated to this one below. And Torch is doing a rotation as we kind of popped underneath here. Excuse me, everybody. Sorry for the console spectate. We'll see if any shots come in from Winter Circle EU onto Torch.
We're seeing teams kind of scurry for this area now. Lots of teams kind of expecting this to pull to the northeast of Los Leones. So Crazy Mob, Winter Circle, TXC, K7, Winter Circle EU, K7 EU, CK. There's all these different teams just kind of piling.
Wow, look at this. They're all kind of
it's
scrambling
really
everywhere. They're calling back Torch Merc.
Yeah, hop on board with him. Unfortunately, I think we're going to see him get smoked right now. Pulling up wrong place for Mert. Had such a strong regular season here in Pole, and another Winter Circle member just going to make easy work of that. Can the team do something about it? They're spun down into this, so Winter Circle EU might pay for a little bit of a 2-2 split.
He's going
here.
for the flush instead of fighting. I think there's Stento, and it's going to cost them 2 members of EU. Winter Circle go down.
Blitz. They're going to pull up and save Merc, one of their top players from the regular season. I think he led the way for them in kills. Pyomi is down. There's like a lot going on here, but I think Torch, amidst it all, are going to be able to get back to 4 strong. And I love that riding for your squad, pulling up, and just having to take down what was only 2 members here. And I actually believe it was a third party. I think K7 picked up a knock there on the guy who was going for a thirst. So a lot happening really quickly. You can see the angles that K7 have up here onto this situation. Torch safe for now. Just a really awesome pull up there to save their fallen team member.
Yeah, exactly. That was amazing to catch that live. I'm really happy we were on kind of scene there. And then K7 having a great viewpoint. And it's funny that we've already watched 60 games. You can hear, at least in my voice, the excitement of just the plays being made, even after watching 60 games. And I'm just so happy that we're getting to see EU battled out versus NA. And that's what we're watching right now. This is the NA versus EU Showdown, brought to you by my main gaming, excuse me. And again, this is game 4 here, and we're just gonna pop up a little pop-up we have for the schedule. We're gonna be here today, tomorrow, and the following weekend at 3 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. GMT time, doing these final games for the official Showdown. Let's take a look at the map, see what we're working with right now. Toxic EU on a late rotation. AFI coming in late on the west side. Vigorous on the north side. CK's got a really good spot, so we're going to stay tuned with them throughout today. We also have the interview at the end of the day, end of this game, excuse me, with Turbot, so make sure you guys stick around. The first one was really interesting to hear from T1 Rousey. Really enjoyed that interview, Stento.
Yeah, me as well. And that's kind of what it's all about for me, man. I really enjoy getting to know these players and their teams and their stories. Like, that was such a kind of an eye-opening experience for me doing these interviews. I'm looking forward to doing a lot more. I can't wait to share them with you guys and get everyone on board with these different players and teams. All of them are forced to be streaming right now. So if you want to find out which where to find these teams, who is live, where you can watch them, That's why we're here. Me and Blitz are going to encourage you guys to go support these teams just as much as you've been supporting the channel here. So, again, all these kids and players, and you know, some are really young here. It's been very fun to kind of get to know them a little bit better, and I think you guys will really enjoy the interview with Turbot after this game. But right now, enough chit chat, Blitz. Phase 2 is about to circle up in 10 seconds here, and things are getting again very hot in that northeast of Los Leones area right now. Winner Circle kind of trading out some shots with the Crazy Mob, who have kind of pushed to the north of them, or at least trying to smoke their way up the hill. They've already got a couple members all the way up there, so Bougie and the boys are kind of hanging out here, trading out shots. This phase 2 is very kind to both of these teams in this area, kind of centering up onto Los Leones. So you're going to see a lot of the teams on the east side try to figure out exactly their next moves to kind of push a little more central. We're watching Vigorous, CK, and a couple other teams kind of sneak into that edge over there right now. But nothing too crazy happening right now. It's a little bit of space between the teams. I don't know if we've lost a single player. 17 teams, 66 or 68 did we start with?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we lost just a few. We lost Merc and the other member of Winner Circle EU. So just two players eliminated. That's it. So this circle is going to get crowded, but there's a lot of room here. There's a lot of small compounds. The whole bottom side of Los Leones is open. And this circle, I'm liking this circle, Sento. I am really hoping this comes down and finishes in Los Leones. It's just been way too long.
Hey, you've been begging for that city circle,
asking
man.
for
I
it,
hope they've
man.
been listening. The PUBG gods, they got to hear you at this point. It's been 60 matches.
I mean, we've seen some crazy viral clips coming out of the PUBG competitive scene, both console and PC, with those city finishes. There's a famous Los Leones finish that went viral a few years ago.
Grenade. Oh my gosh.
And yeah, on top of one of the telephone poles, then with the nade. It's chaotic. I know sometimes people find it frustrating, but as a spectator, it's just the chaos is sometimes what is most exciting. And I think why so many of us hope for those crazy zones. And here's the time, I'm interested or curious that the zone went this way. I thought CK and Vigorous were really kind of lining up, and K7 for such a great circle. And now they're on the outskirts, and it's Winner Circle NA and Crazy Mob that are going to be really happy where they're at. So I'm also really interested to see how Crazy Mob's playing center. A lot of times they're the team that's playing a little off center, and now they already have a win under their belt today. We showed the winners for today. It's both Toxic, NA, EU, and Crazy Mob. They're playing a little bit more center. They're fragging out really well. They're on the top of the leaderboards right now, so maybe they're gonna switch up their play style and really make a difference. Here we go. We have one of our first, I shouldn't say first, but first of this game, I think, Sento. Lift coming in from CK. They've already been spotted from Winner Circle NA. Bazaar trying to get down. Tracer's flying as the rest of the team. Bazaar so close there. Ranger took a good spot on top of that building. Turbot and Pixel down. They're going to be okay, and they just got a great spot.
Yeah, they got 100 or 200 meters in between them and the Winner Circle to the east, so they're in a good spot for now. I'd just like to point out T1 and KO. That's 4 teams now in Leones. So we'll have to keep an eye on how these teams are going to deal with this if it does circle out. But some knocks trading out on our kill feed right now. Lots of long range shots right now between TXC and Vigorous, and Winner Circle NA and Crazy Mob still got some sights, and CK now joining into this conversation as well. But
just wanted to hop over here because I saw a knock from Vigorous.
Most of it's long range right now. No one's really hand to hand right now. So most of these knocks that you're seeing, all of these knocks that you're seeing are long range. No one's really pushing onto anyone. The closest battle right now is probably in Leones. Rousey for T1 is getting really close to one of the members for Winner Circle NA, Shank. So that's the closest thing I can see. Everything else is very long range, distance shots at each other. And we are seeing some trades, some knocks and stuff. And phase 3 has pulled a little bit to the northeast. A little bit of Leones is still on the edge of zone here, Blitz. But the likes of K7 and TXC really happy with that pull.
Yeah, Code Red trying to make it in on the north side here. Abnormal across the street. Kind of gonna pay attention to that. I kind of want to tap into their view actually if we can get over there.
I think Abnormal is in a really good spot for now. Everything else is kind of kind of dicey, whether it's in Leones or people kind of just holding down their compound. But Tony and the Abnormal squad here, they're just not really sure if their north side is fully clear. So Tony kind of responsible for making sure nothing really happens on this side right now. Nice little pop up there. If you guys were curious how the prize pool is going to be working out for the finals here, we've got $4,000 being distributed throughout the top 5 placements, and you can see right there.
Since I also want to quickly remind everybody that these games today are being played on the NA server, and then tomorrow we will be playing on the EU server, and that will rotate the following weekend as well to balance this out again, because this is a showdown between NA and EU teams, trying to make it fair and also keep it consistent across the days. We're not switching back and forth, so it's a day rotation, just in case anybody was wondering about how that's working out.
Yeah, great point. I'm sure at least some people got to be curious, and it's starting to get extra hot in Leones now. It's more like 6 teams kind of getting a little crowded in that area. We were just watching ABN on the north side. They just picked up a package. I wanted to let you guys know that that's happening. And AFI is also kind of showing up on that north side right now. But Code Red Gaming, Aaron spraying a little bit of SLR onto AFI here, and this area is very interesting. It's going to be tough for some of these teams to rotate out of here, and unfortunately for AFI, starting to rotate around ABN is Hobie, and he's going to just find
they're going to get caught by Abnormal
members there.
So this is yeah, Los Leones getting busy, but so is this northern side. Winner Circle fighting with CK. 2 members of CK going down in the kill feed. We're going to stick here because Baby Joey,
I have no idea how Hobie's still alive right there, but it's kind of because his team is wrapping around, distracting what would be the main threat, which is ABN already on this side. So I think that
somehow they leapfrogged him
out there.
Yeah, they kind of got around Abnormal. I'm really surprised we're not seeing any kind of fighting yet either. I'm trying to figure out where those initial shots are coming from, so excuse me as we kind of scroll around trying to find what's happening. Those are some third-party shots coming in from the Crazy Mob. We're on top of the hill. Zality finds Sunny here in the ditch, but still can't really get a great shot. Gonna get a good nade. He knows where he's located. This could take him out. Rest of Abnormal far back. Nade looked good, but doesn't take out Sunny all the way. Looks like the rest of AFI is continuing to try to rotate to the left here. Another nade coming in from Baby Joey. We haven't seen him playing really that much throughout the qualifying. They've had some different team members subbing in. Tony takes out Hobie there, and the flush on that, excuse me. This is phase 4. Hey. Circle pop this direction.
AFI is kind of running out of real estate here. They don't have much time. They've got Zone is about to start moving in, and ABN doing a really good job to hold here. Tony's kind of extended out a good amount further than the rest of this ABN squad. He might kind of peek over this ridge here soon and get some good shots. He's going to need to be careful because AFI is kind of split here. The thing is, AFI's got to turn their attention a little bit to Torch as well. Baby Joey does find Tony there and takes him down. And Zaloti's going to look for an opportunity to push up here onto the other members of Abnormal. Omerta in the process does get taken down by Psycho there. So trades going out on both teams here. And now it's just a 2-man of AFI trying to figure out exactly how they're going to push in from this northern side. There's still at least 3 members for ABN up. Tony's still knocked, and now Torch is starting to join the conversation. They're still in that compound there, but they have a little bit of angles onto this, so it's kind of making it a little bit difficult for both ABN and AFI to kind of run along these hills. If they do pop up too high, they're going to get kind of suppressed down from these long-range Torch squad, and just a little bit of a dance going on here between Baby Joey and this ABN squad. Blue Zone not in their favor here at all, but it's starting to kind of push them in off the edge.
Yeah, I feel like Zality needs to make a kind of push around. He might not be able to because of Torch, but to help his team kind of get in, he is trying to put down some cover fire, which should help a little bit. ABN looks like they're tucked in this little bit of a ditch there too. Yeah, this is the problem, is Torch is over there to the side, holding down. And Zality's kind of running out of ammo here, Stento. Down to 2 mags left of the barrel. Finally making this rotation to the side. Still a lot of teams on the south side here. We'll wait and see. Winner Circle looks like they're having a tough time making it from the zone. T1 has been, a lot of their team has been eliminated. We're going to watch this, Stento. If you want to hop over there, let me know. We'll flip over. We've been kind of on this for a little bit. Thought they were going to clash earlier. Zone is just continuing to shift away from the city now, Stento.
Yeah, Leonis has gotten really messy here. And Zaloti and Baby Joey are still kind of working their way through ABN here. They've wrapped a little bit around to the northeast side here. Baby Joey kind of holding that more northern angle. And both of these teams are out right now. All of these players are out besides Zaloti. He's just kind of holding the edge. So time's now kind of running against ABN here. And Baby Joey is getting really close with a really nice angle here. Get some good headshots onto Karm. He's going to need to reload. I know he's still got 20 bullets here, but ABN is a 4-man now. The biggest threat might have been Karm with the P90 care package gun. He's going to peek into blue for that thirst. I love the play there to kind of get one out for sure, especially the P90 player, but AFI is... now a third party has entered the conversation here, Blitz. That's Illusion for Crazy Mob taking down Sunny. Abnormal down to just 2 members here, and still have the focus of Affinity. Torch have extended, they haven't extended out of their compound at all, excuse me. They're just getting a little bit zone and zone favor, so it looked like that, but Zone is really heating up on the edges right now.
Yeah,
Not
I say
a lot
we
of teams
flip
are
over
comfortable.
to, let's see what Crazy Mob is looking at, because they have a view of almost every team here on the side. We might want to flip over to RMV as well, who potentially might hold out Code Red Gaming. They're actually coming by right now. Sorry, we're stuck underneath for just a second. We're going to get up top. Code Red Gaming sends one into the compound. Hackers there to follow up with the Garoza, and they might have just got another care package. K7's also here in this compound, so you guys can see the overview of what's happening. Crazy Mob above. RMV quickly going into this compound. K7, 2 members are here. Benims goes down from behind from KO. A lot of chaos happening on this side of the field. I don't even know who to click on. There's so much action here. Deco's really close. He's going to take down Anto. Got there just a second too late.
And Gab's kind of elsewhere out on the southern side. He was getting really close to TXC here. And now back in the compound, RMV kind of full focus onto this K7 squad who just aren't able to hold it by this RMV push. They've got 8 kills already. And again, it's been one of those rounds where everything seems to be happening at the same time. So excuse us for not catching all the action here. It's very difficult, but right now RMV kind of infiltrated this compound, kicked out the 2 members of K7. Gab is still up on the hill, and now they've turned their attention to Toxic EU. Our winners of the last match on Miramar, unfortunately, are being held out by several teams here. They're going to go out in 11th place. Gab picking up one of those kills, KO picking up one, and RMV picking up one. So lots of different teams combining for some gatekeep on some edge pushes here, and everything just unfolding really fast.
Yeah, this is the solo left for K7. He only has 1 kill. He's above Toxic NA. K7 still trying to struggle to get it together, Stento. They just don't have the kills yet today in game 4. I think they only had about 8 in the first 4 games. I might be mistaken on that, but they were lower on the leaderboard so far. 1 right now, but they're in a position, Gav is at least, to pick up some kills here.
Crazy Mob have pushed on to RMV in the compound, Blitz. We got to get over there. It's an immediate fight breaking out. Right now, we've seen trades, not trades going out. Drop It is knocked. They're trying to get the res on him. Immediately, Illusion holding this outside angle push, making sure no one wraps the outside of the building.
And just catch Illusion on the outside. Nice kind of quick target from Skokick there.
Yeah, it did take him down really, really quickly. And now a nice stun here from
Crazy. He's got to rotate quickly here and go for this. Takes a little too long, gets the knock, but then gets knocked from behind, and they immediately flush from the solo member of Marco.
Wow, Marco with 7 kills as well.
Hacker, another member of RMV here. He's got the Groza. I'm going to imagine he's going to throw a smoke and then maybe a nade here, trying to get his teammate to make it into the backside of the garage so he can go for a res. He's actually just going to go for it potentially here. Is he trying to pick him up? I know sometimes that's tough to do on controller to get that pickup. Crazy Mob back to 3. They've really been playing well here. in the smokes. Nothing really to see. RMV's back to 3 with that pickup as well. Dangerously close to one another. There used to be a way to hop into that window sometimes, Sento, if you climb up on this machinery. I don't know if they changed that, but there was a crazy kind of entry through.
Yeah, a couple of solos just got eliminated. Prodigy and that solo for KO. But
I think he dropped a nade on himself.
The building here. Nox Hacker, who did have a nade in his hand, he gets thirsted. Unfortunate for RMV. Illusion kind of leading the way for Crazy Mob here. He's got all their kills after a strong match 2 on Wrangle for them.
RMV now. I'm going to flip up to the top here. Looks like Seven Kings came up top to get out Gab. They have 6 kills. They just took a dominant spot on the top of this hill. We're down to 6 teams. Sento, just a couple minutes ago, we still had 15 teams remaining. This is how crazy the lobbies have been and why it's so hard to kind of catch what's going on, because so many people are really packing it in. Day 1, everyone's playing really safe.
This is what happens when you take the best teams from North America and the best teams from EU, man. They can survive. And then again, when Zone just kind of circles them out, it seems to just go from like the high 50s, 60 down to 20 so fast because there's just nowhere to go. And right now, Circle favoring heavy for Winner Circle and the Seven Kings, who are our only full team up on that southern side mountain right now. Torch is a 3-man sneaking into their own side here, but now the Seven Kings getting an angle onto RMV here, who are kind of just trying to leave this compound. They've still got the Crazy Mob inside the compound with them, but
yeah, I think this is the best view, Sento, because no matter who wins here, Crazy Mob or RMV, Seven Kings are going to be able to overwatch this entire time. Torch just sent it, and they were able to get to the bottom of this compound. But I'm going to stay on board here. We're going to watch these potential rotation kills as the Crazy Mob clash with RMV. And the one member of AFI is still outside on the west side of the zone. Tacticals here with 3 kills for the team, has a 4 times AUG.
Yeah, this is going to be massive mutual destruction. And the thing is, whoever does win this battle inside there is not going to go very far. If it's not 4-man for Seven Kings, it's Zolodi over there on the other side for AFI. It's not going to let people run around that other edge. So, yeah, you can see Bliv with the Grows is starting to do some work. So Crazy Mob are getting the better of this battle. And Illusion drops tacticals here. So this is going to slow down the 4-man on top of the hill here. And Warhawk does take down Illusions here. Staying very focused as Warhawk on the offensive there. I don't think he got the second knock there.
He
Torch,
didn't, but
Merc
the zone
actually picks up the final member there, and maybe a little bit of blue.
Yeah, so he got the last member super low there, and then the zone, I think, took him out, and this enables them to get the res. They're still in here, and the whole time, this is, excuse me, the spectate here bugging out as we switch over. I was going to say Linkadox this whole time has been watching what's happening down here.
Yeah, and Torch, in the meantime, Torch crashed to this Winter Circle compound, so they still have 3 alive. And Winter Circle have been a 2-man in this compound basically the entire game. Merc in the compound takes down Kempy, and this is going to start a very aggressive push from Torch. They want to get Winter Circle out here as soon as possible so they can turn their attention to the Seven Kings, hoping that it is eventually going to circle off of that mountain sooner than later. They need to get this done so that they can really, really focus on Seven Kings, who just took out Zolodi as a solo. A nice stun there. Stuns like this whole squad. They're going to need to hold tight here. And I'd like to point out on your screen, he's got a Bison in there. Not a gun you want to go up against close range versus a 1-man here.
Yeah, good grenade into that side building. Also clearing a smoke. I mean, a gas can just in case. Merc spotted him out. Gonna rotate back in. Goes down. Needs the team to kind of stack in. Where are they, though? They lost. Losing kind of control of this. We're going to tap into Ghost Perspective. He's going to try and smoke out. Looks like some of the Seven Kings have actually parachuted in, Stento.
Oh.
Making this even crazier. They landed on top of one of the buildings. Both of the buildings now.
This is the end of the game.
Yeah, we're in the final 3 teams. 4v2v1. Seven Kings coming in to try and pick up some extra kills to help their lead right now. They're the #1 kill leaders and in first place through 3 games.
Yeah, and we mentioned it. We needed Torch to clean up Ghost quickly. It didn't happen. So now the Seven Kings is a 4-man. Gonna kind of push in here. So much mutual destruction. Now it's just Kayomi. It's only 1 player left. Seven Kings likely going to just clean this up pretty quickly here. And Just a matter of time. Probably Tacticals going inside, not taking much spray through the railings there, but does pick up that kill. And the parachutes off of the mountain onto the roofs. Very much sealed that if it even needed to be sealed. They were in a commanding position there. 7 Kings with a 9-kill chicken dinner, taking down the 4th match of the game. Torch with a decent round as well, picking up 8 kills in the 2nd place in winner's circle. Kind of stuck in that compound all game. Just 1 kill and a 3rd.
Yeah, interesting that they were only able to come down with 1 kill there. But I just wanted to mention, if we kind of lost track, sorry about that, everybody. I mean, part of it, most of it is kind of PUBG. Some of it's my fault there, trying to switch around the camera. We just don't have the best spectate options on console that you guys are aware of. So sometimes you just get lost in the sauce. But I'll try to do better going forward. But what I wanted to bring out was that 7 Kings, they were actually under that hill, Stento, and they were kind of in the back side of zone, not really making much noise. And then there was that one member, Gav, still left for the K7. I keep getting kind of confused with K7 and 7 Kings. So the 7 Kings made their way up that mountain. It's just a perfect time. And then we're able to get so many kills from that spot, kind of watch RMV take the parachute down, which is another new feature in PUBG over the past, year or so, since they've added that into all players and into rank. So really using some of the new features to their advantage, and it worked out for them for that win. And they're still going to be in first place, and that's their first win of the day.
Yeah, we didn't see it break down, but we were elsewhere on the map when 7 Kings, it was Team Toxic for NA that was in that area on the rocks and had a little bit too much of a split, and the 7 Kings kind of took a player or 2 out and kind of just moved into that area. So just unfortunate for TXC, not as a 4-man trying to hold that out. We might have been able to catch a really good fight there, but they were just a little bit too split. So GG's to 7 Kings getting the dub there. We're once again lucky enough to have another player interview lined up for you guys. This time it's going to be Console Killers Turbot, who is generous enough to give us some of his time. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get that interview up for you right now, and we'll see you guys back on Erangel for match 5 in just a few minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main gaming NA versus EU showdown. We're here intermission player interview. I'm lucky enough to be joined by Turbot, representing the Console Killers in NA. Turb, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Can't complain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really appreciate your time taking the time out of your day to do this interview, but we'll hop right into it, man. I'm just gonna start right away with where did your gaming career start, man? What games were you playing and why?
Well, well, it all started with PUBG, actually. I mean, I played, I've been playing games since I was a little kid, but my gaming career really started with PUBG. First, it started with esports. I was heavily invested in the PUBG. And, passion to pursue a career was mainly in esports, but streaming took my eyes right away. I kind of I think it was during you remember the CSL, the Console Stream League?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I never wanted to be a streamer, but when I started doing the CSL, it was required to stream, and ever since then, I really tried to integrate both esports and streaming into my career, and it turned into the passion that I have today, and it took a really long time to get to where I am. I didn't start as a competitive gamer. Started out casually and try to work my way up every day, and perfect my craft, work on my mistakes, and try to be the better version of myself every single day. Anytime I can get the chance to.
Yeah,
But
amazing, man. I think a lot of people who watch your stream see all the time you put into training mode and that type of stuff, and it clearly it's paying off.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, well, our next question is when did you pick up PUBG? More specifically, when did you jump into competitive play, and how did you find your team? You've kind of answered some of that, so maybe we'll focus on how did you find Console Killers, and when did you kind of get into competitive play with them?
Well, truth be told, I just joined CK. It was right after season 6 of BGE.
Yeah,
I was on a team, FSG 4-star Generals. Played with them through season 6 of BGE, and then I don't know. I've been playing esports, PUBG esports for a long time. I got into it 6 months after Sandhawk came out, and I've been on various numbers of teams throughout the years. And I feel like there was you kind of know when you're around a group of people how far you can really go with them. And I noticed with FSG there wasn't really there was a limit. I tried to I was looking around for other teams to join, and found CK, and I've enjoyed every minute with them. It's been a blast.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And I like what you said, man. It's kind of about, you don't want to box yourself in if you feel like, you're in a place where, there's a ceiling where you can't reach further than you want to go. It's time to take things into your own hands. So I'm glad to see you with an awesome team like the Console Killers. A lot of people were talking about the IGL Biz the other day. I'm curious what your thoughts are on his kind of in-game leading there.
Man, Biz is a big brain. He really is, man.
We got an awesome Astro A40 listen in the other day when you closed out a game on Wrangle. But yeah, I'm very interested to kind of see how he gets along with the team and your thoughts on him as well.
I think Biz is a really good role model because we have a lot of. It's like besides me, I'm not I'm 23, and the other teammates are like younger. I believe they're like 15 and 16. So Biz is a good role model for them. He's more of an older guy, but trust me, don't let that think twice about his gameplay, because he could shoot better, just as good as he can IGO. He's just a really nice guy. He has he's very competitive too. He really likes to win. That's something that I really strive for, being on a team, is being around someone that takes it as serious as he does. I've been around it, like I say, I've played for years and seen so many different players take that in-game lead. I myself have been the in-game lead on my own team, and when I was playing with them, and yeah, Biz is just a whole nother level, something I haven't seen. Most people, they like to go like center zone and try to get the center compound off of each phase. He does it a little different. He likes to kind of take edge, not necessarily edge, but he'll trying to think of a situation.
It kind of speaks to his confidence, huh? That you can play out of almost everywhere with a good IGL like that, huh?
Exactly. Yeah, really. No, really, he's really made, there was one game with the MG, we were stuck on edge, kept getting pushed out by zone, and it was the game we won by La Bandita. I believe it was. No, it wasn't La Bandita. It was right by Monte Nuevo.
Yeah.
And he I don't know how, but we went from edge zone to center to winning the game in a snap of a finger. He made it play right in. It wasn't like the game gave us. It wasn't like luck from the game. It was more of his where he would position us. He's like the chess master, and we're like we're his knights.
Yeah, you guys are the pawns. He's just moving you around. That's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's awesome, man. It's got to be pretty awesome to have someone that you can genuinely look up to as your IGL and role model, especially for your younger teammates. So thanks so much for sharing, man. Next question for you is: you have a favorite PUBG memory thus far?
Oh man, to be honest, I've played this game for years, and there's so many memories.
Yeah, it's tough to choose one.
Yeah, every memory is my favorite, man, because I love this game so much. I have so much passion for it. I don't plan on stopping now, nor do I in the future. Yeah, that's really hard to. Like I said, every memory is my favorite. I'd like to say.
Yeah,
bad one.
I get it, man. It's such a unique game, man. It brings so much passion and such intensity that it's truly tough to just kind of pinpoint one moment. But I guess my next question for you is, what would you like to see from Main Gaming moving forward with our PUBG events?
I really hope to see many more events, man. I mean, the professionalism from you, along with Blitz, and the amount of influence you bring to the community, no one can reach that level. I mean, I really hope we get more MG events, whether it's big events like the NA versus EU, or if it's like mini leagues or mini series. It's definitely something that me and the boys will try to, make as much time as we can to play, because it's a different experience playing an MG, honestly. BG is, I'm not hating on anyone in particular. I love all the tournament circuits right now, but the vibe I get from MG is just I feel like I'm at a professional. You know what I mean? Like the PUBG PC esports experience. That's what I get from MG, whether it's watching or if it's playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's we always give big shout out to BGE, man. They've been doing so much work keeping the tournaments going, keeping everyone interested. We just kind of run our things a little bit different, a little bit, more serious, I think is probably the best way to put it, in a little more cutthroat. So always giving our big shout outs to BGE that do so much. But I do appreciate it, and all we want is for players to feel like this is official, feel like it's something that has some weight, that can help you build a career, build a streaming career, build a professional gaming career. So we're kind of just getting it rolling. We're getting the ball rolling. We've been setting the standards for how people need to behave in the Discord, and in our rules, we hold them up pretty tight. So I appreciate you taking notice to that. And again, we're just getting started, man. We're gonna get a lot more PUBG events moving forward.
I can't wait, man. I really can't wait. It's like I said, that the experience is just something I haven't really experienced before besides playing in BG. Like I said, they're amazing. They do amazing work for the community, but MG really holds, like, I hold MG to high standards. Anytime I hear about leagues or series, I know that it's going to be action packed and it's going to be respectful from all players. It's something that I really wish more people would strive for in the community, honestly.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much. And before we sign off here, one last word for the crowd or any of the viewers watching tonight, or maybe a little plug for yourself and your team.
Honestly, man, it's, like I was saying earlier, I was a casual gamer, and just no matter if you're a casual player, PUBG, or you're a casual streamer, if you really have passion for it, you want to, put all your heart into it, really, strive for your dreams, because at the end of the day, no matter if it's big or small, any dream can become possible. And I myself, I'm not a big streamer or anything, but I remember when I first started streaming and first started competing, I didn't think I would get really anywhere. And it's all about the time you put in and working on your craft, but it's definitely something people should look into, is pursuing their passion to the fullest extent. Maybe it's not even streaming, maybe it's being an artist or being a musician, just something that you feel passionate about, put all your heart into.
Yeah, beautifully put, man. It took me a while to kind of find that as well, but I do the same thing. I encourage everyone to chase your dreams, wake up and do something every day that you care about. I promise you'll put more work into it. You'll put more effort into it. You'll actually care about what you're doing, and that type of thing shows. And just an awesome perspective on everything there, Turbot. Thank you so much for your time, man. We'll see you on the battlegrounds, and again, good luck the rest of the way.
Can't wait, man. Have a good time.
Peace out,
Appreciate
man.
you.
All right, so we are back with game 5 out of 6 for our first day of the finals for the MGNA versus EU Showdown. That was just our interview there with Turbot. Another great interview. That's kind of a new thing we're kind of implementing for the finals. We heard one from Ruzi earlier, and then Turbot again. We'll have 2 more tomorrow. And then after the event tomorrow, all of those interviews will go live on the official MG YouTube. If you're interested in seeing the content that we have on there, you can type in !MGYT into the Twitch chat. And also, if you're not in the main gaming Discord, you can also type in !MG Discord to join that. Here is our map rotation for each day of the finals. And as you guys could see earlier before, we are getting ready to go back to Erangel. We just finished our second Miramar match there, and we have some people jumping already. This flight path is going from Lipovka all the way to Georgia Pole, so a little higher up than we saw before. We've seen some lower flight paths and circles so far. And again, if you're just tuning in, I'm Blitz5. We are currently hosting this on my channel, Blitz5 and Friends, so we thank you guys for all the support and positivity throughout the event, and shout out to all the players playing. And with me is founder of Main Gaming, my buddy, Mr. Stento.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Match 5. Oh, sorry, I think I changed it to match 5 in the top left there, Blitz. But jumping back over to Erangel here, and a very interesting plane path, as you can see. Most of the northern parts of the map of Erangel here is going to be into play. We know a couple of teams like to drop near military base. That is totally out of reach right now. So we'll see where the likes of K7 and Vigorous and a couple others land. It looks like Vigorous heading up to Stahlberg, K7 in the Gatkit area. This first circle is going to be a very important one for a lot of teams. Some teams that we expected to be a little bit hotter out of the gate having a slower start. K7 on the north side of zone there in gray being one of those for me personally. Absolutely dominating the EU side of things was Kinetic 7. They're in the Gatkit area right now, led by QDex and just some insane stats. So we'll see them kind of work their way out of that area. Maybe we'll just hop on board with them, since I don't really see any sort of hot shops breaking out besides no, never mind, Crazy Mob and TXC. They're distant, so we can just hop on board with K7 and maybe talk about them and bring up some stats here. Blitz, they were one of our featured teams, so maybe we kind of pop back into that, and the scoreboard, which just updated, so we can give everyone a good look at how day 1 is unfolding right now. But as we just said, we did a couple of head-to-head comparisons of some of the teams you want to look out for in this event. These were the two teams we chose for the EU side of things, the first and second place of the regular season, Kinetic 7 and Winner's Circle. Once again, both EU squads here. You can see their kill comparison throughout the regular season, 214 177, and the damage is quite close, as is average placement and average points. And maybe we flip next to the scoreboard here, Blitz, since we did get a nice update. And it's going to be the Seven Kings sitting on top with 59 points after our first 4 matches. The Crazy Mob not too far behind with 41 points. Results may vary. We haven't seen much of them placing high up, but they've managed to stack 36 points as well. Toxic EU and Code Red Gaming both 27, Vigorous 26, Torch 25. And rounding out the top 8 is going to be Team Toxic for the NA side of things. Lots of teams, once again, if you are just joining us here, are going to be represented in both the NA and EU side of things. Winner's Circle, you can see there on the right side, both have an EU and NA team, and a couple other squads as well, Team Toxic. But this first circle here, Blitz, was such an interesting pop as we do snap back into our current match, which is match 5 of the evening. We're finishing up with this Erangel and one more after this. Lots to keep an eye on here. Again, my team to watch was this K7 squad. They're starting to rotate right now. They had such a good zone to start with this, and it looks like they're going to try to grab a couple of these hot areas. Gav is showing up here with Kiza, and Keebs is on the other side of the compound, so might see a little bit of an early situation here. Blitz, why don't we, could be an interesting time to hop on board with Code Red Gaming and see what their comms are in a situation like this.
All right, let's hop in.
There's an EP already going over me, Ollie. Jesus Christ. These guys are also
like something is happening. Fuck.
I'm EPing to you, so I'm not even gonna drive. I got crashed.
You got crushed. On you.
Oh my days, bro. I'm just so bored of this game, man. Oh, fucking holding different things.
All right, so kind of a rough catch for Code Red. I popped back in because they left that compound. They also had a little bit of feedback on one of their mics, so I wasn't going to stick around too long. One of them was having a little bit of mic issues, it sounded like, so apologies for that as we kind of pop in on some of the comms there. But they left this compound. As you can see, we're hovering over it now. They tried to show up where Abnormal was, so it's just overall just a little bit of a cluster F going on for them. And sometimes that's PUBG, you know? It's just so random. Sometimes you could show up at compounds for days and they're all day they're safe. Other times you're just struggling to show up at one single compound. And Aaron here is left with the pickup. I think we heard him put down. So he's going to take this and we'll see where he ends up going into. And right now we're catching AFI. Just caught one of the members of Seven Kings on rotation. That's Warhawk. Curious if they're just going to keep rotating or try to save him. Looks like it might be too late at this point.
So that's big news. That's our first place team losing a member. Oh no. They are one of the most resilient teams out here, Blitz. They always pull up for their squad and they always get the res.
I don't know how they do it. We talk about it so much.
How aggressive is AFI going to play this? Is it only Hobie in the area?
That's why I just switched sides here, and it's really just Hobie who's almost losing his health. Sendo, they're one of the only teams that could turn this from being an absolute loss to picking the player up and then almost killing an enemy teammate here. And it looked like there was potentially a third party from CK Bazaar who maybe Seven Kings were paying off there to help him out, but I'm kidding around there, but just perfect timing to come in. And some shots are coming in from a distance from, I think that's Omerta. And they're going to make this happen, Stento. We say this over and over again, so apologies for repeating ourselves, but this team just figures out a way to stay alive and keep everybody in the squad. It's unbelievable. And AFI is obviously a great team. They're no slouches themselves, so...
It's starting to get very crowded in the center of zone, Blitz.
Yeah, it's definitely getting pretty busy here outside Ferry Pier. We saw this zone, I think it might have been game 2 after the Milta drop. Illusion's now trying to rotate in the same area that didn't go so well for Code Red. QDex taking Illusion out of the car as he's already a little weak. Crazy Mob going to continue on. Looks like this car might be missing a tire. And then they're also going to run into Abnormal here, Stento, if they try to pull to the left. So this area's always been really tough to rotate to. Problems. Crazy crashes into a tree. This car is exploding. Crazy getting taken out.
Yeah, this was the worst place to be rotating through, but just kind of impossible for them to really know.
Yeah, exactly. You never know, but this area is just so problematic. Shots coming in through, and that's going to be the first team eliminated. There is the Crazy Mob. And really quickly, before we get into another fight, just want to show you guys, we do have our list of today's winners in case you guys were wondering. Game 1 was Toxic. Game 2 was Crazy Mob, who we just saw eliminated there. Toxic EU in 3rd, 7 Kings in 4th, and we currently are in our 5th match. The next 2, well, including this one, are both going to be on Erangel. Toxic EU doing a big rotation through the military base. Some of the circles still here, so they could get a boat and then eventually crash maybe somewhere where they feel could be better. Care package coming down.
This zone is so crazy, Blitz, because I always mention the water that's involved in the phase 1. That just brings so many of these teams so close together in phase 1. And right now we still have 16 teams up and 60 players as we approach the 10-minute mark. And what do we got in there? Anything special?
MG3, we've been seeing a lot of those. Every time we check, I feel like lately it's been an MG3. But yeah, a lot of water here on this zone.
This next shift is going to be very important because most people anticipate a heavy shift off the water, but that doesn't need to happen for almost 2 zones. So, again, phase 2 could really throw a wrench into the plans of some of these teams, especially the ones in the quarry area. But we'll see where this does shift. Blitz. For some reason, I'm expecting something drastic. Okay, nothing too crazy. Kind of centers on itself. Primorsk still in play. Quarry still in play. Not too unexpected for some of these teams. I'd just like to point out there's several teams that are on the east side, not in zone. Whether that's Toxic EU on the island still, or Vigorous kind of and KO. Several teams here, but Warhawk indicates them what they pulled up on Torch here. Kayomi goes down.
Yeah, so they're split. Warhawk is by himself behind Torch. The rest of 7 Kings are above. Torch is in this dip here, so I'm curious how fast the rest of the 7 Kings are going to try and get above here. There's going to see some throwables. This could be it for Torch early if they don't respond quickly and move out of this dip because they're going to get completely surrounded. Look at this from every direction, Stento. Quavo coming from the bottom side if they try to get away. He's going to try to get some shots in. Trying to keep up with that bike, which is hard to do.
Is not the scope there, but Kayomi trying to get a little bit of an angle, and now a third party is going to suppress the 7 Kings and kind of help out there. It was Winter Circle adding some damage, but Luca from close range actually takes down the 7 Kings. So this is 2 teams operating at the highest capacity, flanking one another on foot. The other team realizes it's happening. They get in their car and reflank. Torch is gone. Torch is out of there. So that just shows you how another top team's going to react to just the chokehold that the 7 Kings can throw onto a situation like this. Most teams are gone there instantly. Blitz. Torch gets out of it with all 4 members.
Yeah, I think you bring up such a good point, Stento, that I don't know what the number is. Make it up in your head. 8 out of 10 teams there are dying. 100%, 100%. And Torch, which is one of the top EU teams, literally just put some smokes down and they jet out of there as fast as possible. And a big play for them to get out.
Six senses in a sense, and they kind of wrap up back towards the swamp area there. And phase 2 still has a lot of water in zone, so we're going to kind of see these fights start to break out more and more as we get closer to our phase 3 zone. But you can see tons of teams kind of close to each other in the ferry area here. And a team's coming through in the water, maybe with a little boat action.
Yeah,
what's going on? A little laggy, but
Yeah, they're taking a boat and swimming right now, coming across. We're kind of seeing the native toxic EU turtles head to their homeland. No, I'm just kidding around, but they're heading to the ferry area, and we see some skirmishing going on between Toxic and Winter Circle NA. I love that we have both Winter Circles in here, so they had to change their gamer tags a little bit and add the NA, but it looks pretty official here. Jolly is down. Tony going for the revive. Not sure what Bushi's doing over here, Stento.
Yeah, these are just kind of long range right now. A Winter Circle is going to be on the wrong end of this in the as time passes here. You know, Winter Circle is going to have to move off that edge, and Toxic kind of getting a little bit of a spread on the other side of things now. They're in the bunker, and they do have Onyx on the same side as Winter Circle here, as you can kind of see barely on your mini map there. So the angle's not in favor of Winter Circle here, and what's going to happen eventually, as you can see, Toxic is coming out of the water eventually, so they're probably going to push into this, and where this next circle goes is going to kind of dictate what these teams need to go and what these teams need to do and how fast they need to do it. And they got a long way to go now. All of Ferry Pier is going to be fully pulled out. We might see some people pull up into those dips on the beach there, but other than that, there's really no room for these teams on the east side here, and we're seeing some damage start to be laid out. We're in a good spot here. This is actually probably a great time to jump into Toxic EUs. We had a kind of a brief Astro A40 listen in with a little bit of fuzz. Toxic, not Toxic EU, TXC would be a great time to probably hop into their perspective, Blitz.
All right, let's get situated on the Toxic team. We do have two different Toxics, so let's get over to Onyx and Triple OG. They're going to get ready to make a move, so yeah, good timing. RMV getting really close to P9 on the side. Give me 1 second here as we flip over. And we'll hop in now to Toxic NA.
Going out.
Yeah.
No.
Where are they going? South, I assume.
Going Perry's house. They're gone, bro. They're all the way through Ferry now.
Heard.
They're coming straight to you on it. So I tagged one, like, maybe had like 1 or 2 tags, I'm not sure. So we're all in 7s now again.
There's another team back here.
Grab my car.
You think we can take the bowls back there on the south, though? Can you see any of these bowls or no? I think that's what we want to do, especially if there's a team in Ferry.
They're taking that right now. They're going that way. I just lasered this kid.
How many people are... one just got knocked on Thursday, right?
Alright, so are we taking that or
They're still to my left. They just drove right past this team on fucking coast. I don't know if they're in the bull.
Okay. Come to me,
So where are we going?
Play through one.
Here,
Play through
but
one.
it's just whatever.
I mean, I can technically play right here for right now.
If it's playable, then we can do it. But it's just
We
we're
gotta
gonna get stuck here.
We gotta kill them, don't we? Or EU. Toxic EU's back here, are they not?
Are they still in Ferry?
They should be.
Still in Ferry, yeah.
No. WC drove past.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they should be still behind us then. I think we could even play like something over here as well, bro. We don't need to force anything right now.
We just need to watch our right. Watch our right, TJ.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell them they might get
Toxic EU hurt? Are they not full?
I don't think anyone died on their team.
I don't think anybody. Yeah, I don't think nobody died.
Where the fuck are they at, bro? Like,
I have no idea. They just grabbed the car. Just grabbed the whip right now. They're gonna come out of blue right in front of us.
One's walking.
There's one plane in blue.
I knocked the kid in blue.
my helmet ripped off, bro. I'm gonna be safe here in a second.
We have to play the line, bro. We need to play the back off.
Nice.
Just got knocked.
That just got
Oh,
knocked.
you have to back off, bro.
Yeah, I got you. Grabbing a
That's
smoke.
dead. I don't know.
There's another one over there.
If we pull up correctly, bro, we can play underneath the dog shack. They should not extend. They should just be getting smacked by Quarry if they try to.
We're gonna get shot in our back first, though, right?
Just have your smoke straight.
Yellow can see that shit, huh?
All right, so back with Stento, we picked the right toxic team to spectate there. They caught the other toxic team, 2 of the members trying to leave, but they're going to have a tough rotation into the zone. And meanwhile, while we were listening in on that casting, we saw Vigorous end up here as well with P9 and RMV. 2 members, or 3 potentially, of Vigorous got taken out here. So I think it's just Kidzo left with just 1 kill. Just wanted to check in on that. And we're going to see RMV and P9 probably fight it out here to survive. And who's going to take this hill outside of Primorsk? P9 still has 4 up. If you missed it on the last day of NA qualifying, P9 was outside of the top 9 for NA, made a heroic comeback with 2 wins out of 5 games to take out the dub hub from qualifying and make it into the final. So that was really exciting. We're going to have an interview with one of their players tomorrow during the matches, Blurtsy. So we'll see what they can do versus RMV. Also wanted to mention here that RMV, while they haven't won a game yet today, they're 2nd on the scoreboard for kills. So they've been fragging out well. This is going to be, you know, potentially a tough fight for P9. RMV team is hot right now. RMV also getting third-partied from the side.
Yeah, the timing was perfect for the 7 Kings to show up here. They took down 2 members simultaneously, unfortunately for them, in a bunch of smoke. So RMV was readying up for this gatekeep, as you said, and 7 Kings just chopping into them. The smokes are going to be enough for them to get this res, but now P9 pushed all the way up onto the hill. They know exactly where these reses are going down, but it's actually 7 Kings picking up all of those kills with the Linkadox and Warhawk combination, and P9 totally lose out on that. They might have wanted to play a little bit aggressive, more aggressive onto that, but they were a little bit too far spread to make it happen. So WAG is going to retract back down the hill and regroup with his team, deciding they don't want to push the side of the 7 Kings over there across the street. So they're going to regroup on this side and see what awaits for them on the top of the hill. It's going to be a couple of broken teams. It looks like a solo of Vigorous up there, Kidzo, and maybe a 3-man of ABN, who actually just clean up Toxic EU. Chap and Full were alive a lot longer than we might have expected them there, and out in 12th place there.
Yeah, we're going to watch Kidzo here right behind them as P9 tries to take on Abnormal. Is Kidzo going to strike here? And I agree with you, Stento. P9, I think, should have thrown in some more nades to pick up those easy kills on the reses. That could have been, you know, 2 or 3 points for them potentially if they threw a few more nades. Jovany circling back. Surprised they haven't seen him just yet. I don't want to leave this because I feel like Kidzo could strike at any time.
Yeah, let's see what he's looking at.
He's got 3 nades, so you imagine that he would get ready to maybe throw a nade first and then shoot.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Now might be the time. He's got 2 guys right in front of him. He's going to stand up, and now's the time. He runs out of ammo, though.
Oh. Did he only have a 30 clip there, or just didn't really hit his shots hard enough? Either way, unfortunate. That the trigger discipline was good. He just didn't make it as clean as he would have hoped there. And ABN actually pick up another knock here. So P9 getting a res, kind of getting angled out now by multiple teams here. Tony and Karm here leading the way for ABN. Getting to throw some mollies up here, looking for these kills onto P9. Charging right up the hill at this blitz.
Yeah, they got the res off, so Abnormal not really recognizing that Kidzo flank, I think, enough, or Kidzo from behind, but we see the helmet flyer from Tony. Tony's been fragging out really well during the qualifying, gets a double kill there, 1 left up for Blurtsy. He needs the team to step up, but Tony's going to do it all and get the triple. I think Sonny might have got 1 there, but in any case, very nice shooting from Tony again, and they surprisingly have 11 kills, Stento, kind of out of nowhere as we hop around from team to team, and they have the bottom side of the zone to themselves. And we're gonna hop
they've been
over.
cleaning up on the beach here. Lots was happening around us, but ABN kind of cleaning up multiple broken teams. Also having a very strong round, led by one of our interviews here, Rousey, with 4 kills, pushes his way across the street. Super weak. He's got no heals blitz, so this is not a choice. He has no option here. He's running in half boosted. The team has 10 kills already, though, and they're going to be met by TXC on the top of the hill here.
Yeah, and this is not a good time because Kiss is down to 60 health. Their whole team is below 75 health right now. There's 3 of them left. Zone's right on their back. They're almost in. This is just just not the time to fight. So this is perfect for TXC, who we last watched them on the edge of zone. They were actually worried about where they were going to play, but they predicted that they could land here, Stento, during the call out, and that Quarry would be too busy fighting each other, and that they should be safe here. So they made that call. Good IGLing from Toxic NA, and Infernix trying to run in is going to get eliminated, and we're going to tap in to Toxic NA and see that they have 9 kills as well. So a lot of teams in that 9, 10, 11 kill range right now.
Yeah, some big games for some big teams here. And right as we say that, Torch start to pick them apart. Triple OG and Onyx go down to 2 different DMR plays from Torch. So Boat and Himothy now aggressively working their way back. It looks like 1 res already happening here on Onyx, and Luca and Kayomi here playing aggressive onto this. They're looking for these kills now. It's been a difficult round for them, rotating off the west side through the 7 Kings here. Luca puts up, finds Himothy. Unfortunately, Onyx gets him from the side there. Now, where is Kayomi? The timing needs to be a little bit better here for Kayomi. He might be able to get a double kill here and make it happen, though.
Oh, looked like that second spray was clean, but it doesn't come down. Toxic survives with so many knocks and re-knocks
Did he
here.
unscope? He thought he had the kill, I think.
It potentially could have happened there. It's tough to tell and spectate, but so close from Kayomi. Spray looked good, but Torch is going to go down, and we are in with our final 4 teams in phase 6. So this one a little faster, Stento, than earlier, maybe earlier round. So maybe teams are kind of getting warmed up now and are getting ready to fight. We haven't tapped in with 7 Kings in a while. They've kind of been on this side hanging out. And then we should also bring up that the one solo here is Code Red Aaron, who we saw that comms earlier, took the airlift, and he's just been hiding out.
Yeah, awesome. But yeah, it's a 3-man for Abnormal and a 4-man for TXC. Kind of been the talk of the round here. They're going to work their way off of that high side, Quarry side. But some of the 7 Kings, Linkadox, laying down some good shots, making this rotation a little bit difficult. Some good damage there out of the SKS of Link. Got the 6X strapped up onto it, making it look easy here. Toxic might be a little bit low on smokes and stuff, so I'm not seeing much out there. And now Sunny from the south side takes down Triple OG. They've been doing a lot of rezzing and stuff, and now you're starting to see those come out, but it's not going to be in time to res their fallen teammate here. So 3 teams of 3 and 1 solo make up our final here. Boatman takes down Karm. Sunny trades out with Boat, so lots of action happening on the other side. Nice switch over here. Tony's going to need to make a quick play. He's got no vest and no helmet. A half clip on the M4 here. He's not able to find anyone up there, but Boat's going to go down. Bunch of knocks for TXC, making it tough to get these reses off in late game here. And it's just kind of a couple angles now, all focused on TXC. Tony with some really good M4 shots here, take down Onyx. Only going to be a matter of time before 7 Kings and Abnormal squeeze out the final member for TXC. Sunny's going to take that kill, confirm it for the Abnormal squad, who's got 14 now. Himothy goes down to 7 Kings. Down to our final 3 teams here. Blitz, 7 Kings picking up 5 kills and finding themselves in the top 3 once again now. And Warhawk communicating all sorts of valuable information over to his teammates that are on the other side of the map right now. So this is what happens when you play against 7 Kings. They might hit you hard from one side, but then before you know it, they're going to be on the other side, totally catching you off guard. And Warhawk's got the MK in his hands here as well.
Yeah, so 7 Kings not wasting any time right now, because I was going to say this is actually a great opportunity for Abnormal because they have this care package coming down. So they're going to, one of them is going to be able to get the re-up. I think they just got it. Let's just double check. They did. So they were really low on gear there. So they're going to get a fresh 3 helmet and 3 vest.
Stack Warhawk, I think they're all going to wrap Warhawk side. And with this ridge, the rest of the 7 Kings aren't going to be able to see them. So it's going to be up to Warhawk to make some big plays here. He's got the gun to do it. What are Abnormal they've got a FAMAS leading the way with Tony there. Warhawk
with a nasty spray, but then the FAMAS back from Tony. Valuable. Tony's been lasering lately, and he's continuing on. This is the way you stop 7 Kings because they have a mean spread right now.
This ridge is so important. They can't see this, so they're going to be able to get this res right now. Tony might need to play a little bit more aggressive and get over to that side where Warhawk was, but I do like the fact that they're staying nice and split. Nice and together here. The split for the 7 Kings, as it often benefits them. Going to come back to hurt them on this occasion because of this nice ridge. The rest of the 7 Kings had nothing to say about this fight that was happening down here. Confirmation comes down onto Warhawk, and if you do take a look at your map, the other 7 Kings did not push at all. Aaron is still in the building as a somewhat buffer zone between the 2-man for SK, and it's going to be a little bit of time before ABN is going to force off of this edge and down into the open here. 7 Kings will be waiting for them. The Code Red solo, Sweeney will be hanging out in that building as long as he can.
Yes, Sento. The only thing is that Normal's not in. So how do you push this? Because Linkadox and Tacticals now are going to play really far back on this side. And if you've had a circle end here, there's just not a lot to work with other than this building, especially where Abnormal is located. They have a potential to make a smoke wall, but let's take a look at the angles that Seven Kings have. So from this side, Linkadox here is going to be able to see so much of this. They just have strength in numbers though, Sento. So if they move together, they might have a chance with a good smoke wall, but Tacticals also has a pretty good sight line slanting down the hill. So we got to check back in with Abnormal. Let's see how many smokes do they have. They've been fighting a lot, so they only have 2. This is where things get problematic. And while some of the members have good gear, Suni and the Tony have level 3 gear. Karm is down to a cracked vest and a helmet.
Circle favors towards Seven Kings right now, who actually take down Karm. That's going to be a thirst
coming
here,
in.
so quickly down to 2v2.
I'm not sure who we should watch here. Do we watch the attempt from Abnormal to make this smoke with 2 smokes only? I think they're going to head towards that building, and they just spotted Code Red in that compound, so now they don't have to deal with that. That was Tacticals taking out the last member of Code Red in 3rd place. So we have our final 2 teams, 2v2. Abnormal with 15 kills, probably the highest kill game we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yeah, this is big. This is big from them. And they have a nice gun in the hands of Sunny right now. Some trades going out here. Nice damage laying down from Tacticals and Sunny. Both going to have to kind of back off, reconsider a little bit of a heal. They're able to get into this hard cover, though. Is Tony going to be able to join Sunny, though? Going to need a little bit of help. And I think Sunny might be too low to really get an angle. So very important happening here for Tony to kind of get down the hill. Sunny's going to need to do all he can to try to get some cover fire for his team.
Yeah,
looks like he's able to shuffle his way down the hill, though. Good job by Tony. And gosh, we've got some amazing guns. 2 FAMASs on the battlefield and an MK Blitz. So this is going to be an action-packed ending with some high firepower weapons.
For sure. And something, Tony had to be quick there on the peak because Tacticals was right on him. Something I noticed is that Sunny has 2 nades, which, again, I don't know if they're going to be able to get close enough to get in striking distance. We're going to tap in flip sides here and watch a little bit of Seven Kings, who are currently in the lead in the final so far. Again, this is game 5 out of 6 for today, and we will be back tomorrow for round 2 of the finals for the NA versus EU Showdown. But if Sunny can get closer somehow and start lobbing some nades, it could really benefit them. But again, I just don't know how this is going to happen. We are entering in our final zone. Dot is right at the base of the hill, as you guys can see.
It's time to show out, man. There's $5,000 on the line. You've got care packages in your hands. Who's going to make it happen here, Blitz? Tacticals, Linkadox, Sunny, or Tony, man?
I mean, you know, I love the FAMAS. I'm rooting for Abnormal with the FAMAS, but Seven Kings have not shown anything otherwise that they're going to drop the ball here. I mean, they just come in clutch so often, so it's hard to kind of root against them here.
These are big points. 7 kills versus 15 kills. If Abnormal can clutch this up, it'll be a 27-point win. That'll jump them very much to the top of the leaderboard, at least in that conversation. So these are big points that Abnormal want to close out an already incredibly strong round. And Seven Kings are there to kind of hold them out. I'm not sure what the smoke situation
Here's
is
the X Factor. I think they picked up
compound.
the smokes off Code Red, off of the last member there, because they were completely out of smokes. And Tony's going to get caught in the open, but he gets Linkadox. He stays with the peak. He doesn't lay down. I don't think he even had any place to go, honestly.
Big 1v1 out of Tony, and now it's going to be up to Sunny and Tony to push through Tacticals. He's got some nice lead deep here, putting down some good damage. He's put them both down to 1, but he's down to 1 now too, Blitz. Everyone in the game is ripping a heal. Oh!
He's got the jammer, which is a new feature in competitive play. He used it to kind of help him out a little bit there. He might need to rip another first aid, but he doesn't have one. He only has bandages.
Nades.
Blue zones are coming in. Sunny has 4 nades, as I mentioned. He's got a lot of throwables, and that's going to be the X Factor with the FAMAS, finaling it up. One of my favorite guns to see in comp play. 17 kills plus the 10 points.
Team Abnormal!
Wow. Amazing right there. For that squad, they have to be absolutely stoked there for the biggest game so far in the finals. Seven Kings keeping that lead going with another great game for themselves, though. They're going to finish with 7 total kills in second place in Code Red after a little bit of a disaster situation early on, snuck their way into third place, but unfortunately with 0 kills. And then rounding out the top 4 is going to be Toxic there with 11 kills as well. So very good games here. We're going to switch over to Stento and I quickly just to say hello, kind of recap that last game. That is a battle. We haven't really seen a lot of like those 2v2 tense moments where the teams are just gridlocked there. I guess that's a good word for it, gridlocked, right, Stento? We haven't seen that in a while. That one was action-packed. Really good entertainment value there and great shots with the FAMAS to land and making the big plays.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought the 7 Kings had a little bit more of an advantage with the 2v2 with the position. And again, Tony kind of snuck into like a tiny bit of a ridge there, but he didn't have full cover. And he just did a really good job to kind of realize that offense was going to be his best defense there, and just won a little bit of a 1v1 versus Linkadox. And that was kind of what turned the tides. Tacticals almost takes down both players. He literally put them both to one shot, was able to kind of wrap back up, and then it was just a fiesta of grenades, and he wasn't able to avoid him. So amazing game. 17 kills in a chicken dinner at the level of all the teams in this lobby is absolutely insane. Abnormal's got to be going crazy in their party right now, Blitz, but we've got one more match for today. We're heading back to Erangel for game 6, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get the lobby set up and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Yeah, be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final game of our first day of finals for the MJ versus NA versus EU showdown. Before we get into this final match, we just want to show you guys the winners for today's matches. Game 1, we had Toxic, followed up by Crazy Mob in Game 2. Toxic EU taking match 3. The 7 Kings in match 4. And then we're still waiting for the last two, or sorry, the 5th one. We just finished. That was Abnormal. And then obviously we're still waiting on this last game because we're just about to hop into this match. And that was a crazy one from Abnormal. As you guys just saw when we were watching the intermission there, we were looking at the scoreboard. We'll pop back here. It's not updated yet, so we're only going to take a second. But take a look at where Abnormal is before this updates in a few minutes. They're currently located in 13th place, and they just got 27 points because of that 17 kill game. So big congrats to them. That was a big one to show up. And here we go. In our last match of the night, we have a plane path going from the west side of the map, kind of going up to Yasnaya, just below Kamishki here. And let's see how this one plays out. Again, I'm Blitz5. We're currently hosting this on my channel, Blitz5 and Friends. Thank you guys for all the support. Hope you guys are entertained by all the awesome action so far. And I'm here with my buddy and co-host, Mr. Stento.
Yeah, what a fun night it's been. I can't believe we're already on match 6, honestly, but a pretty northern plane path here. As you mentioned, it's going from the swamp area up towards Stalber. We're not seeing anyone head towards a military base, but we'll have to keep a close eye on the map here for any sort of hot drops. We've kind of been void of them all night, so we'll, you know, I'm kind of getting a little suspicious. Maybe we'll see one here soon. This is an area I wanted to keep an eye on all night. Is this Rozhawk school area? It's ABN 1 and 7 Kings all in that area. First zone heading to the north, Blitz, Severny Center, and looks like wide open right now for tons of teams. RMV is going to be in Severny, Vigorous up there in Stalber, and the rest of it's kind of wide open for all these teams kind of strewn about in the center of the map to rotate towards.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where RMV is going to be when we update the leaderboards. Again, they haven't won any games, but I think they were in 2nd or 3rd place just based off their kills alone. They were in 2nd place for kills, which I brought up in the previous match. So definitely curious about that. And again, for people popping in, we'll try to get familiar with some of the drops of some of the best teams here. 7 Kings who are in 1st place. They kind of switched up their drop and have been landing Rozhawk. Also this one, because it was a little bit more northern, we're not going to see too many teams down below or at the military base. So the question is, where did Vigorous go? Their recent drops have been at Ferry Pier. So they're actually landing all the way up at Stalber. And Torch, which is, again, one of our top teams from EU. This is EU side of Torch. I mentioned at Game 1, they like to land in weird areas like Zarki, Kamishki, and that's where they're located right now. They've had some okay games, nothing too insane so far for them. And I think a lot of people are still waiting for K7, the top team from EU, to step it up. But I wanted to remind everybody that we're currently playing the entire day today on NA, and tomorrow we will be playing on EU. You have to remember that obviously their ping is going to be increased, so that creates some difficulties for the EU teams here. And then also depends on where you are. If you're in England, it might be a little bit better for you, but if you're further into Europe, it's going to be even worse playing on the NA server. So some teams could really be struggling here depending on where they're located in Europe. Obviously, it's a giant country, so that's a big factor. Tomorrow we will be playing on EU, so we'll see how the NA teams fare.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping my eye on a couple different areas, Blitz. I mentioned it before. The Rozhawk school area is going to be hotly contested all night between the 7 Kings and Abnormal and T1. But right now, this team has been too quiet all night. K7, Kiza, Gav, Anto, Qdex was just like by far our MVP and kill leader on the EU side, but they haven't gotten a thing going tonight. They're going to try to get into good zone here early, perhaps considering the shooting range bunker area. They're scouting it out right now. No one's in that area besides RMV hanging out in Severny, and they've also kind of already taken that Crossroads compound that's very popular here. But looks like Kiza and the rest of the boys getting a couple extra cars, maybe gonna venture out for that care package, because this was a very interesting plane path. There's likely not going to be anyone up in this zone if you were paying attention, but looks like they're just going to hold down this compound for now, play this edge of zone.
Qdex going for a care package. We'll hang out with him and see what he gets, and we'll maybe switch over to a different rotation. T1 finally made some strides in the last few matches, but I'm sure they're also kind of dealing with a little bit of ping issues. This is Warhawk doing some scouting for his team, but getting caught between a lot of different teams here. I thought the whole team was on board, so...
Yeah, the next couple things he's going to check are also taken. The warehouse by ABN. Vigorous have this like 3-building compound. Warhawk kind of sensing this wisely. Just going to try to maybe take gas station or something to the north.
You never know. I saw this kind of happening on the map, so I wanted to see if he would get a shot here. Imagine that shot in the tournament. That would be beautiful. Let's see what QDex ended up getting here. Got a Groza. Beautiful weapon here.
Yeah, I expect big things out of this game now that QDex has a Groza. They're in decent zone. They're kind of working their way off that road, taking a little bit of a spread, scouting forward. So I expect big things from K7 all the time when they have a Groza in QDex's hands. I expect next level. So I think P9 just got a knock on the winner circle EU. They're playing this aggressive. They've already thirsted out 1 kill and a little bit of a drive-by situation. The rest of the players kind of push up here, and it's Ghost with some good defense there, but it was just the numbers in favor of Phase 9. Good trade outs there for P9. Ghost is another top fragger for EU right now, and Pole is driving back through the area with a little bit of a drive-by situation. Gonna reconsider just dumping himself into the middle of all this, maybe kind of hop out and fight from the car edge here, but he's really not in a good spot if P9 kind of take over the top side, and they've done just that. Blurtsy's gonna try to take him down, but Paul trading out some good shots here. Blurtsy gets taken down from long range. That's Bueno with the SLR, providing some really good shots. Unfortunate there for P9. It looked like that was a good read to kind of step over the top, but Wag does just that in efficient fashion to take down 9 Pole. So now it's just Bueno on this other side that we saw with the DMR. And
yeah, now P9 just needs to play together because they don't want to lose another member here. They already lost 1, so they need to get Bueno out together, and this will be big for P9 to get some kills. Wag goes over, they lose him though. Now Angel, this is what we're talking about, needs to step up here, and the other teammate needs to join as well. This can easily go the other way, but Angel FPS clutches it up there. They're going to get the res and walk away with 4 kills, and we've kind of officially deemed that worth in the tournament, losing a teammate for 4 kills. So P9 getting some good points there early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And that ridge almost working in Bueno's favor there. He was doing a great job kind of relocating and everything, but a nice cleanup there from Angel, and P9 going to be happy to kind of get their night rolling there with finally getting a little bit of a squad versus squad win. 4 kills. They did lose, I think, Blurtsy there, which is I believe their IGL, but you know, he'll be on all the comms for them. They're still 3 strong, and as you mentioned, we kind of deemed that worthy over the course of this tournament, that you'll trade out 1 death for 4 kills almost all the time.
Yeah, it seems to be the move, and obviously happens pretty often. P9 got good control of that early on, and that's good. I mean, in Winner Circle, EU is a great team, so I think they are top 3, part of our comparison that we had head-to-head with Kinetic 7. CK, another team that hasn't really got all of their footing yet, but again, this is just day 1 of 4 for the finals. We'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. GMT, and then repeating the same schedule the following weekend. Looks like CK is sending out some texts while they wait in zone. If you look, the center zone here, just completely full with teams, and a few other teams look like they're just taking their time because they know they probably already lost out on a good position. So everyone else kind of just hanging on the backside now, waiting to get in. Crazy Mob coming in. Toxic is waiting on the other side. They might have a care package coming down for them, whether they've spotted it or not already. P9 taking their time, maybe going all the way back up the Stallbur. We'll kind of hop on board with Crazy Mob. Out to a strong start today.
Yeah, they had a nice win there in the middle of the day. They're clutching up in the farm field on a wrangle, but we haven't heard much from them since. So they're going to be looking for a good position here and try to close out the day strong. This is match 6 of the finals, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be playing 4 days, so it's going to eventually be 24 matches here. And I believe we've gotten a scoreboard update. So we're 5 matches in here on this scoreboard here in the 7 Kings. Having a very strong day to start, 72 points. Crazy Mob, we were just talking about him in second place with 41. Abnormal with that big win we just witnessed on a
jumping from
wrangle.
13th place, Nento, all the way to 3rd.
Jumped from 13th into 3rd, tied with RMV, who's had a very consistent frag heavy night. And then a couple other teams, several other teams in the 30s to high 20s area. So this is still anyone's ball game. There's tons of PUBG left to be playing, and a lot of high teams that we've expected so much out of. Our first and second place teams for EU over there in 13th and 14th place. Vigorous, our second place, and Affinity, our third place team from NA. Lots of teams on the top of the scoreboard in the qualifiers are now on the right side right now. So there is a lot of PUBG left here. Blitz will kind of keep an eye on how these teams shift around throughout here. But back to the Crazy Mob. They're scouting out from this high side here down, and lots of teams now moving with this second shift. Lots of water out of play here now, and it pulled pretty heavy down to the southeast.
And check Toxic how they rotate here. They decided to cut in on Severny, which was the right call because K7 was kind of waiting for them there. Code Red is actually kind of waiting on this side. Will they get any shots off? They're kind of in the vehicle, so it's not really ready to shoot. Toxic EU is pulling up here, though, and they've gotten out of the cars.
Yeah, we're going to see a scrap here, ladies and gentlemen, and third parties involved as well. Right now, Ollie just got taken down from Anto all the way in Severny, I believe, but the immediate threat, as Blitz just mentioned, is the Toxic EU squad who just pulled up here, and they've got all sorts of angles, as you can see, Full and Swift in a different location than their other teammates here, and Swift takes down Aaron here, and now a little bit of a 2v2 pinch on the Code Red Gaming, who don't have as good of angles as this TXC squad here. So a couple of nades and a reload now, and Swift's gonna lay down the pressure here, trying to go for the thirst in that smoke, but there's a ton of smoke on the battlefield here. And as you're seeing, K7 starting to pull up on the backside as well now, Blitz. So
yeah, this is not good for Code Red. They're being sandwiched by 2 great teams right now. Toxic EU might realize that there's too many third-party shots coming in, which is why I personally do not like this area at all. Just way too easy to get third-partied. Swift actually getting taken down from Abnormal. QDex, though, coming in, and you know they're hungry for some points because it just hasn't been going their way today.
Oh my
so they're going to come in hot right now.
Code Red Gaming are just in an absolute fish in a barrel situation in between 2 teams here. And as you mentioned, the third parties kind of backed Toxic EU off of the push of Code Red Gaming. So now K7 kind of sensing a little bit of opportunity to get involved here, but some good shots from Keebs. Puts QDex down. They're going to need to get some smokes out here quick.
Oh, and Anto going down as well. This might allow Toxic EU to re-enter the battle, Stento, because they kind of were dipping out. But now that they're seeing K7 go down, this is a great opportunity. But no, Liam is going to go down from Suni there on the other side. Fall goes down as well.
The story. You can't believe how that was an amazing hold in there from Code Red Gaming, having a big factor on this fight right now. The question is, does K7 have enough smokes down to kind of recover back to a 4-man here? Toxic EU are going to go down to 2. It's just Swift and Chap here. So many third parties are playing a factor in here, whether it's Vigorous, whether it's the bolties of Abnormal. You can see it all in the kill feed right now, but no one is really able to push onto other teams here. In K7 now starting to lay down some good shots and nades. Gav, nothing but net there with the Kobe onto Swift. The thirst is going to come out from that car, and now it's just 1 member left. Chap kind of peeking the edge of smoke here. K7 is kind of flanked a little bit around to the center. They're still trying to get a res off here. They've got a little bit more zone. They've pushed towards those shacks there. And as you can see, a little bit of smoke is kind of all Chap has to work with here.
Yeah, we'll hop into K7. Looked like 7 Kings were kind of looking on. A few members were kind of looking on in this fight. Wasn't sure if they were going to push, but it looks like they're just going to hold back. K7 regrouping here, not really worried about Chap too much as the solo trying to figure out their move. Circle continues to kind of go north here. So Seven Kings are in an okay spot. They're just a little bit in the open. Let's take a look. Might be time to hop into Winner Circle NA as they try to rotate. They just lost a member out of the car. They've hopped out and taken this little shack. This could be risky for them. They're right below Abnormal, our winners of the previous match. Sonny's got a nade. He's going to try to overhand this right into the shed. It does some damage. Almost takes out Bougie there, Sento.
Yeah, he's got to be careful not to get third party himself right now. So one nade's not going to do the job. I think he's going to kind of reconsider pushing down here. Anto does find the solo onto Chap there. So Toxic EU, our winners from one of the matches earlier, are going to go out in 14th in the final match of the night. We'll see them tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. And right now, another fight starting to break out here. Blitz Torch is aggressively pushing on to KO here. We haven't heard much from KO. And now,
yeah, we haven't really watched them too much today.
Jack. No, we have not seen much of them. And Torch playing
Getting a
really
blue
aggressive.
zone
They've already
nade.
got 5 kills. Yeah, and this just again, it's kind of there's the match where third parties are ruining all these pushes. Torch aren't able to kind of fully commit to this because of that third party, and now those members, Luca and I believe Fizz was with them, kind of getting called back into this dip here. So they take away some of those high line of sights from the likes of Abnormal and others up there on the hill.
Yeah, an RMV here getting completely caught on the edge of zone. Shot from multiple direction. AFI just pulled up behind them. That looks like they're going to try to pick up some kills here before they move on. Another team that we just really haven't spent too much time spectating yet, Stento. Definitely am looking forward to seeing more of their gameplay going forward, but today just has not really been that day for us to catch them as much.
Yeah, and I love that we're jumping on board with them right now because they're in blue. They've got to go, and it'll be very interesting to see if they can even make it in here. It looks like Omerta is kind of leading them to the east side of zone.
Yeah,
Crazy
they're going to get a little...
keeping them a little bit, yeah.
Omerta might be able to get up here and help out if the shots are coming in from problems. They have a little bit of time here to regroup, I think, on this edge. It's hard to tell if Crazy Mob is going to rotate there, if they're just trying to get in themselves. Circle has now kind of shifted back south. CK sending a member to leave this and get into a shed early on to make sure that they have a little bit of a better circle. They're going to take a lot of shots. They're going to have to hide in there for a while to have any kind of safety. Again, we're holding on with AFI here on the outside because they have to make a move. They have 20 seconds until the zone starts moving, and there's really not too many places left to go with this circle. They could go to the right. There is some open spots there. Omerta doing some more scouting down the hill. Torch fighting with K7. We're going to hop over there. In the bunker, actually, Stento. This is chaos. Both teams are gray, so it's hard to spot out quickly who's who fighting. Torch is all in the bunker. It looks like they were just shooting K7 as they drove by and ripped one of them out of the car. That was Gav. The remaining team is kind of going to go by, Stento.
Yeah, they continued on, unfortunately, for Gav, and a couple teams being eliminated really quickly. That P9 going down to the Seven Kings. I just wanted to point out, you can see all the kills being picked up by CK and the likes of others. Abnormal pushing aggressively onto this shack now. Winner circle in a world of hurt. One player remaining just in this shack here, and they're kind of surrounding Sharks in the water. They're going to finally get in there, take out Bougie. That's 3 kills for Abnormal. It was a couple other teams having a little bit of a say into this. Now Vigorous kind of pushing over the top. They saw Abnormal leave the warehouse and kind of infiltrated with a couple of players now.
Yeah, this is going to be big for Vigorous to pop in on this side. And they kind of have a split going on. Kidzo's going to catch Tony as he wraps around. They're going to go for that insta flush. The 2 other members here are still by the shed. So Vigorous has a really nice 2-2 split. Could be a good opportunity at some point to catch them for some comms because they're going to have a nice little left side of this zone. But right now, Torch still kind of holding strong center. There's also some fights breaking out on the northeast side of the zone. Toxic fighting with Warhawk. It looks like Toxic just got killed from K7. They got sandwiched between K7 and the Seven Kings, 2 teams that you do not want to get stuck in between.
Yeah, and there's now a big fight breaking out on the south side of zone between CK and the crazy mob. I think there's a couple of knocks on each side right now. This shack has just got smokes and bodies all over the battlefield right now. CK still 3 strong here. Just one member, Turbot, has gotten thirsted out, and they've got the attention from a couple different teams here. See Bizarre with a nice little angle from long range.
Yeah, Ranger's being by himself. He's completely by himself here. He needs to try to first aid. It doesn't happen though. Bizarre was trying to help out with Pixel from behind with the DMRs. They had 2 different angles. A little bit risky for Ranger to go in there, but I think he wanted to try to get them out as quickly as possible because there's some third-party shots coming in.
Yeah, I think Vigorous with Noxy here are starting to pick up some of those thirsts. Also hitting Bizarre up a little bit here, so...
Yeah, Problems is actually still up there with Droppa, and they're going to get that revive off, surprisingly, Stento. So they're still 3 strong here. Bizarre trying to make it to this rock if he can. Has a little bit of cover. It's going to be enough to work for him. Pixel still hiding out this shed, trying to watch the crazy mob. K7 has to make a push in here from the top side. Definitely want to catch that. We got 2 seconds till the zone starts to close in. 2 minutes, though, for this zone to close. So they have a while to rotate. They have vehicles. Let's tap in and see what they're going to do here. They might end up pulling on to Vigorous, and Bizarre moved up with that nade and got the remaining members of Crazy Mob with that big nade.
Up with the nade.
Unfortunately, we missed it. Vigorous taking a crazy rotation right through the center zone. They're going to take this ditch, which is now a little bit more open because Crazy Mob's gone. But they do lose tacticals on rotation. Kind of worth it, though, for them because they did get a better spot here to play out of.
Yeah, Bizarre kind of laying down some good shots here to kind of disrupt this area. They're going to get tons of smokes down, and they've got some cars here for hard cover as well. But they did lose tacticals, I believe, on the rotation. Now they're spotting, it's Bizarre spotting Noxy on the high side, who just at that same moment cleaned up Abnormal out in 7th place. So lots happening simultaneously here, and Bizarre's going to need to be careful because Kidzo's with some good cover fire, and then Linkadox gets a different angle on him, instantly thirsts. So just some crazy angles from team to team here, and you got to take care with this zone right now, Blitz.
Yeah, they were able to pick up Noxy there. I thought Bizarre was really in a good spot. I almost think he might have played himself by shooting towards Vigorous and not waiting to just focus on the 7 Kings there, because they ended up just taking him out and kind of getting some redemption there and clearing their whole bottom side. So it's just Pixel here that could kind of affect them. There's no one else below the 7 Kings. Somehow they go from being, again, in the worst spot, Stento, to now being in a pretty great spot with no one behind them.
Yeah, they've got kind of that insane resilience, and then this was such a crowded zone, it just kind of hashes itself out pretty quickly as certain teams were kind of forced into one another. And there's a couple shacks that people were forced to crash and got wiped out of there pretty easily. And now it's just a couple teams kind of trading long range shots. Vigorous can see all the way over this ditch to AFI. If you're familiar with this area, Torch is in what's like a massive bunker in the center, so they can't really do much from that area here, but they're pretty safe. You can get cover from all sides there. AFI is eventually going to need to come off of the east side and off of those rocks. So they'll have the focus of both 7 Kings and Torch. And right now, Noxy is full sending this shack situation. He's got the rest of the team focused on the door. That was a great team play there from Vigorous. We kind of missed it, but you could see on your map, I was watching from the map view, Noxy full sent a car to the shack, and all 3 members of Vigorous were firing at the door, and they kind of took Pixel out there in 5th place. So we're very quickly down to our final 4 teams. Two squads, excuse me, a full 4-man for Torch and Vigorous, and then 2 3-mans for the 7 Kings and AFI. This is going to be a very entertaining ending.
Yeah, this is a pretty full final 4. We've been seeing a lot of broken squads. This might be one of the most packed ones we've seen so far. Curious that Vigorous, they don't have a lot to play on the top side, so they're grouping everybody up here down a little bit where there's that ditch. Surprised they didn't try to keep one person up just to keep a little bit of an angle, but I guess it's just too hard. There's only these tree covers. It's too open, so they can't do it. Right now, AFI kind of has a tough journey into zone because they're on the outskirts on the east side, and they're being watched by the 7 Kings, so we'll tap into them because AFI is just going to be running through some smokes. Probably hard to see from their screen.
Blitz, this might be at some point soon here. Maybe we just want to jump in and give people a little bit of an end game comms situation from Vigorous, who are still 4
Yeah, I
deep
think
here.
they might actually come behind here. Looks like Noxie's doing it, so
Let's
let's do that now.
jump in
Perfect
there
timing.
until they die.
I think he's on the car. They got a whole fort down there. They're smoking on it right now.
I got blue zones.
Go ahead, nade. I got 2 nades as well. I'm nading that for sure.
Got 1.
I have an A2. Kill these fucking bots, bro. Please.
They're in this.
We need to get them out of here.
Oh my gosh, literally just got laser by the other team.
Can we smoke, kid? Wait, don't smoke too.
Pushing behind me.
Pushing behind you?
I'm resin.
Yes. On this tree here. He's getting lasered in
I'm
the
pushing.
back.
I can't help you, bro. Not yet.
They're pushing our smokes,
He's been
pushing our
back,
smokes. 3 of them, 3 of them. Close right, close
Not
right.
watching anything, bro.
Close right on my orange, close right on my orange, literally on me.
I'm flash
My
on.
orange, Stiffy.
2. You just
My
heal up,
smoke.
Nox, heal up, Nox.
Dead.
Nice.
He's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead. I'm safe, Nox. I am safe.
You're safe?
You left me,
Okay.
you might be able to get me.
Ah, fuck.
I'm in zone here.
All good, all good. Just play back left, you'll be good.
There's a guy on my north somewhere, though.
There's a tree behind you, Stiffy, you can play.
No.
Right to your left, you
No
can play.
way,
that's
bro. You fucking
You're left.
sold that.
What? Oh, I hit him in the head.
All right, so we're back on with Stento here at the very end of the match.
AFI is going big right now. Zalodi's kind of leading the way with a Grozer right now. I think we might need to tap into his perspective, Blitz, but an awesome push there. Awesome fight between Vigorous and 7 Kings. And it didn't look like AFI was going to be able to get down, but that fight that Vigorous brought on to 7 Kings kind of opened the door for them. And now it might be their game to win. Torch kind of pushed onto the top of Vig as well during that, and it kind of opened the door for AFI to side sweep them. They're looking for that confirm onto Merc, and now it's just one member here. So AFI, they were quiet all day, and now it looks like they're gonna pick up an 11 kill chicken dinner if they can find Luca. I'm curious, I can't even find him on my own map. He's wrapped all the way back around. He's on the low side, south side. He might be able to catch these guys off guard. We've seen some special stuff from Luca in the past, man. We might need to get into his perspective now, Blitz, and see if he can drop a little bit of a 3v1 situation. Not so fast. Zalodi spots him out with the Groza, takes him down quick. That's an 11 kill chicken dinner going out to the Affinity boys to wrap up day 1. Unbelievable zone. Torch is going to take home 6 points in a second place there in Vigorous. Love their comms as always with 8 kills and a 3rd place, Blitz.
Yeah, Stento, that's unbelievable. Excuse me. Thank you guys for tuning in. That was our final game 6, and crazy how that happened though. AFI, I literally call it, Mike, they're in the worst spot right now. They're being focused by multiple teams, but the way that the battlegrounds works, I mean, things shift quickly. Then Vigorous realizes it's their time to come up and maybe get the 7 Kings out from behind. We tap into their comms. They're like, this is easy for us. We have so many throwables. Let's do it. Let's get them out. They look like they're going to get eliminated, and then somehow they just don't die, Stento, and then they come back, they get a couple reses off, and then that slowed down Vigorous enough where then they got pushed from Torch from behind. They eventually took out the 7 Kings, but at that point they'd already lost 2 members or 3, and then that was it for them. So it's crazy how quick things can happen, especially in the competitive scene, how fast that happens compared to a normal game. Crazy flip-flops there at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vigorous, if they have another attempt or two at that, they're going to clean 7 Kings up a little bit faster and have a much better chance at turning their attention to Torch or AFI, whoever was going to eventually push first. But what a first day of competition, man. That was so entertaining. I'm so excited that we get to come back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, same exact time, and jump right back into 6 more matches. As always, we love to just thank everyone who's been watching and tuning in to not only our stream, but following these players and these teams. So again, we're very thankful and grateful for all the support. Blitz, before we sign off here today and get ready for tomorrow, anything you want to say to everyone before we say goodnight?
No, that's it. Let's just take a quick look at today's winners. Just to remind people, if anybody's just tuning in now, Toxic game 1, Crazy Mob game 2, Toxic EU match 3, Seven Kings 1 match 4, Abnormal took a monster game, biggest match so far of the finals in game 5, and then we just saw AFI make a nice comeback there for that last match. But no, I mean, GG's to all the teams. I hope you guys are enjoying all of the action. You know, we're just trying to provide something really entertaining. Big shout out to Main Gaming, everyone behind the scenes helping us do what we're doing. And shout out to Stento for getting those interviews. Great content today from that side. And just been a blast. And yeah, I hope everybody's enjoying it. Make sure you guys keep it positive in the chats out there. We're watching you, you know. But no, yeah, anyways, hope you guys enjoy it. We'll be back tomorrow. And that's basically it for me. Anything for you, Stento?
No, man, that's it for me. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. Have a great rest of your Saturday.
All right, much love, everybody. Take it easy.